to the Appropriations Committee. Matter of fact, this is March 1st, as I recall. So we are zooming right through this wonderful legislative session. Today we have a large number of bills that we are going to go through with a number of important bills having a large number of witnesses who are here to offer testimony. So I just wanted to give you the bills that we're going to start off with. House Bill 374, House Bill 794, House Bill 891, House Bill 1290, House Bill 424, House Bill 1023, House Bill 783. And then after those bills, we'll go into a series of bills from Delegate Stein and the Speaker. And we'll end up with Delegate Boatler, Delegate Chang, Delegate Smith's bills later on this afternoon. But I just thought we could get started on the bills that we're hearing now. Do we have Delegate Kerr in the room?
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Okay. Why don't you begin with House Bill 374, which is professional personnel and staff service designation. Welcome,
Thank you, Madam
to the
Chair.
Appropriations Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm filling in today for Delegate Krim. So I'm here to present HB 374, and this bill continues the work of clarifying the roles and rights of professional personnel and staff employed by the Maryland School for the Deaf. In 2019, we passed House Bill 137, which established that teachers who are employed by the Maryland School for the Deaf are in professional service in the state personnel management system. Prior to the passage of that 2019 bill, the teachers at MSD were designated as special appointments with at-will status. Although MSD asserted that they did have merit status, many teachers and professional staff felt like they had no merit protected status after completing their probationary period. That 2019 bill codified that MSD teachers receive merit protected status after serving a probationary period. We needed clarification that employees in professional service are in the professional and skilled services in the state personnel management system as well. This bill, House Bill 374, assigns employees in professional service to the appropriate bargaining units. Lance Kirkpatrick of AFSCME is here to provide additional testimony and answer any questions. And on behalf of Delegate Krim, I request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see none. Thank you very much. Now, we do have a few people here to offer testimony. Let's start with Lance Kilpatrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of the Appropriations Committee and to Delegate Kerr for stepping in on short notice. Greatly appreciated. For the record, my name is Lance Kilpatrick. I'm the Legislative and Political Director for AFSCME Council 3, representing approximately 30,000 state and higher education employees. As the delegate rightly noted, this has been a journey for the Maryland School for the Deaf employees to bring them to proper rights and privileges that are associated with working for the state. It has been a bit of a circuitous route in that not all the I's were dotted and T's were crossed from the previous pieces of legislation. We estimate that there are approximately 50 to 120 employees with the School for the Deaf who have not been assigned appropriate bargaining units. And so we view this piece of legislation as kind of cleanup legislation, if you will, to properly assign those folks into bargaining units and then let them move forward if they so choose to have an exclusive representative going forward. I have nothing further to add, Madam Chair. I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Any questions of Lance? I see none. Do we have Ann Miller here, Maryland School for the Deaf?
Well, do other stuff. But
Yes.
Okay,
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I want to just make sure everyone understands that the Maryland School for the Deaf administration supports this bill to clean up the other pieces of legislation to make sure everyone is appropriately represented at our agency. However, it does put some extra burden of work on our HR department. So to appropriately support this bill and the bills that were passed last year, we will need at least one and possibly two more pins in the HR department to appropriately support all of this. This adds extra pay scales, and we already have a very complicated pay system at our agency. So we support this, and we will be asking for some additional pins.
okay. Delegate Corman, you have a question?
I have more of a comment, Madam Chair. I know you like the Oscar, so I just wanted to shout out the Maryland School for the Deaf, the film Audible, which is nominated for the short documentary Oscar coming up soon.
Good,
And you can watch it on Netflix, so really accessible.
great.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're very excited about this Oscar nomination. It's a great thing for Maryland and a great thing for the Maryland School for the Deaf.
That's really great. Thank you, Delegate Corman. All right, I see no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 374. We are now going to move to House Bill 794. Delegate Rosenberg.
Glad to be back to the committee once again, dealing with the Opioid Restitution Fund. Was with you earlier. Well, Maryland was one of the first states to create an opioid restitution fund. And the bill before you today learns from what other states have done since we enacted ours 3 years ago. That is to create an advisory council consisting of public officials, health professionals, and perhaps most importantly, people with firsthand experience with the ravages of opioids. The bill would also provide for evidence-based, a formal process for review and for evidence-based and evidence-informed services. This is not theoretical anymore, as the committee knows from prior bills that I've introduced this session. We will have money going into this fund during the upcoming fiscal year. And it is essential, and the people who will testify after me can speak to this in greater degree and with greater specificity. But it is essential that we use this money in the most effective way. And so we need people with specific expertise to help us provide oversight and review and report back to us on an annual basis as to how this money is being spent. So for those reasons, and my testimony will be supplemented by the witnesses to follow, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 794.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. And before we take any questions or move to the witnesses who are here, I do want to mention that we have delegates Shalega and Kaiser, who are here from the Health and Government Operations Committee, also here on this bill with us. So welcome. Are there any questions of the sponsor? Okay, let's move to folks here. Susan Pompa is here. Are you here in the room?
I saw her in the waiting room earlier, but I'm not seeing her in the hearing now.
How about Sarah Whaley?
I'm here.
Good. You're on.
Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon, delegates. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Sarah Whaley, and I'm a researcher at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 794. I want to preface by saying that these views are my own and do not necessarily reflect that of Johns Hopkins University. Several faculty at Johns Hopkins have worked with a coalition of more than 50 organizations across the country to develop the principles for the use of funds from the opioid litigation to help states and localities best use funds from the opioid lawsuits. The 5 principles are: 1, spend money to save lives; 2, use evidence to guide spending; 3, invest in youth prevention; 4, focus on racial equity; and 5, develop a fair and transparent process for deciding where to spend the funding. These principles call on states and localities to utilize best practice interventions proven by science to save lives, and advocates for inclusivity and transparency in decision-making. These principles have been used by other states as a guide for their legislation related to their opioid abatement funds. Overall, House Bill 794 is consistent with these principles. However, we have several recommendations to enhance the legislation. These recommendations can be found in the written testimony provided for your consideration. But today I wanted to specifically highlight for you Principle 5. The proposed legislation does what is suggested in the principle. It develops a fair process for deciding how best to allocate and spend funds. By creating the Opioid Restitution Fund Advisory Council, decisions will be informed by a diverse group of individuals differentially affected by the epidemic that have firsthand knowledge of the needs and interventions that work best for the state's diverse communities. The proposed makeup of the council, including members of communities of color, will bring unique expertise and experience that should reduce disparities, improve health outcomes, and ultimately save lives. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I commend Maryland state policymakers for not only addressing this issue, but for their continued and diligent work in addressing the opioid crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Okay.
Madam
we'll
Chair.
move- Oh, yes. Oh, I know who that is.
Oh, got my hand up.
That's my friend from Garrett County.
Yeah, I
Tell
have a
you about it.
question of the witness there.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that these funds, when they come to the county and the advisory council is going to distribute the funds to the best appropriate place for the people that have really been impacted by this opiate epidemic, I would call it, and that the families of the people that are impacted by this have some input or say in the process?
So that's a great question. So the first thing that I would recommend, and this is outlined in the written testimony provided and also in our principles, is to develop or to create a needs assessment. And so look through what the state is already doing, look at what communities are already doing, and identify any gaps in services. And then to get feedback from individuals who are affected, open this up for public comment, allow the community to weigh in. And so having that transparent process, making it open to the public to weigh in, I think will help ensure that there are voices representing the needs of their communities.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, if I can follow up.
Yes, sir.
Would this, do people that see a need or have a need for these funds have an opportunity to, say, apply for grants or request funding? And I'll give you a specific example. In Garrett County, there's a juvenile detention facility called the Backbone Boys Mountain Camp. Not Backbone, Meadow Mountain Boys Juvenile Detention Facility. And there's a group of folks in Garrett County, and in fairness, my wife is one of them, that is looking to see if they can get the DNR to give up to allow a lease or some way use this property, which is now vacant, to turn it into a facility for treatment facility, a long-term treatment facility for women that can come and stay there and be there, say up to a year or more maybe, to help them to overcome their addiction problems.
Okay. Is that a question?
That was a question. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is this for me or Delegate Rosenberg?
It was for you because you were
Sure.
and or Delegate Rosenberg. Whoever can answer it better.
Yeah, so I think the process for how the funds are allocated will be dependent on the council. So whether it's through grants, that'll be outlined in the legislation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Okay. I hear that Sarah Whaley is back in the room. So Sarah, would you like to summarize your testimony? Remember, you only get 2 minutes.
I think Sarah just gave her testimony. I think you mean Susan Pompa, correct?
Okay. I'm sorry, Susan.
Okay, sorry, I'm sorry I couldn't get in at first.
And then,
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Susan Pompa, and I am the Deputy Director of the NCADD Maryland organization. We strongly support House Bill 794 to establish an advisory council to the Opioid Restitution Fund, because we believe it is important that a formal and transparent process be created to ensure the millions of dollars the state will receive from the settlements with drug companies in the coming years are spent effectively. Maryland was one of the first states to create this kind of fund, and we especially want to thank Delegate Rosenberg for his vision to ensure that these funds were captured for purposes related to the devastation that was created by the opioid overdose crisis. I think we are all quite aware now of how serious the crisis is. The number of opioid-related deaths increased by 20% in between 2019 and 2020. And preliminary data indicates a continued increase in 2021 and moving forward. The law, as you passed it in 2019, did include a requirement for informal input from stakeholders, which was great foresight. But since that time, several national organizations have developed principles, like Dara just described, and model legislation that have influenced laws in states throughout the country. Based on these recommendations, we do believe Maryland largely got it right in 2019, with just a few exceptions. The reason for creating an advisory council is that, first and foremost, it ensures, just like we've been saying, that the communities directly impacted by the opioid overdose crisis are represented in this development of recommendations. We really believe that input from people directly impacted by the opioid use disorders, that clinicians with expertise in the latest medications and therapies, and public health experts engaged in harm reduction services will ensure a much more informed approach to funding the policies moving forward.
thank you.
NCADD Maryland appreciates the efforts the current administration has made to garner and gather public input into these important decisions. We do believe an advisory council for the years ahead will ensure appropriate decisions are made in a very transparent and formal process. We urge a favorable report on House Bill 794. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, we now move to Tony Torsch.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Chang. So I'm here today wearing 2 hats. One is a parent who has lost a child in this opioid epidemic and crisis, and 2, one who is now the director of a nonprofit community organization named after him, the Daniel Carl Torsch Foundation. No one brings you a casserole dish when your child dies from a drug overdose, like if they died from some other type of catastrophic accident, at least not at that time. Many things were missing for both my son and for families like mine. No one was taking responsibility for allowing the problem of fatal overdoses to turn into a full-scale epidemic until now. I mean, we now have sizable settlements that will allow for an opioid restitution fund that Maryland's created, a fund that may potentially make considerable differences for thousands of Marylanders who are seeking services, support, and resources. And it's really in the fight of their life. We don't need another committee. We don't need another task force or commission to study and discuss the problem. We know what it is. And I've experienced firsthand when a large pot of money is meant for a particular cause and the process of getting that money into the hands of the organizations who are working with the populations that are directly affected by that cause. It's complicated and darkened by hints of secrecy, or at least the perception is that there are things that are sometimes at times held back. I've seen the inequity of funding. Maryland needs this advisory council. We need to hear and take advice from the folks that are actually in our communities, that are in your communities, serving the populations that need it the most. I call them the boots on the ground. So while all of you I know understand how critical it is to see these overdose numbers and addiction rates decrease, but we, the boots on the ground, know what the problems are, and we know where the gaps are. We know we need to expand harm reduction services and other support pieces. We know we need the transparency that this council will show. For these reasons, I'm respectfully asking for a favorable report from the Committee on House Bill 794.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you. We now have Ann Geddes. Ann Geddes? Going once.
Madam Chair, I've not seen her enter the waiting room.
Okay,
You're welcome.
we now have Kim Wireman.
Hello, I'm Kim Wireman. I'm here representing Maryland Addictions Directors Council in strong support of House Bill 794 to establish an advisory council that will provide recommendations on how funding should be spent from the opioid settlements. MATSI is an organization of an association of outpatient and residential SUD and dual recovery providers across the state. MATSI members are at the front lines of the opiate epidemic and provide over 1,000 residential beds across the state. First, MATSI would like to say a sincere thank you to the state of Maryland for your forward thinking and action in terms of creating an opioid restitution fund. We are very grateful. You've heard in prior testimony the report from experts who've developed best practices and principles, especially the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and their principles for the use of opiate funds that recommends a broad representation of stakeholders in funding, in input in funding allocation. MATSI is in strong support of the creation of that advisory council, including stakeholders such as family members, consumers, as well as clinical and public health experts. We believe people in recovery and family members who've struggled with this disease can bring valuable insight into discussions about strategies, policies, and programming to help direct those funding decisions. Likewise, we strongly believe that clinicians with experience in the latest medications and therapies, other public health experts, and those engaged in harm reduction services bring expertise from the field to these important decisions. Once again, thank you to the state of Maryland for your forward thinking and your work, and we appreciate the opportunity to testify in strong support of HB 794.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, we now move to Tiffany Scott.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Delegate Rosebird, and members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Scott with Impact in NCADD, Maryland, serving the peers across the state in support of House Bill 7494. My ask today is a favorable vote for House Bill 794. As a peer support specialist, parent and family member directly impacted from a loss of a loved one, multiple family members who have lost their lives, and those who are championing recovery today, I understand that recovery is possible, but we need support. There's a need for inclusion. Over the past few years, entities such as the Opiate Operational Command Center had held several conferences, calls to actions, town halls in response to astounding loss related to the opiate challenges, support, and recovery. I believe it was a great introduction to listening to the voices and parents of the community. Voting in favor of this bill will encompass action by designating and appointing persons in the discussion-making process, which will allow and oversee where the funds will be allocated to best ensure the interests of community. House Bill 794, the Opiate Restitution Fund Advisory Council, provides a unique and well-needed opportunity for inclusivity. Collectively, state, local government, nonprofit, grassroots, and community-based organizations to include peers, individuals with lived experience, their family members, allies, and support in recovery will have a voice and a choice in the decision-making process. Best practices for prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and I'll emphasize long-term recovery for services and resources for persons served. And that is my testimony for today. I ask you to please vote in favor of House Bill 794. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much, Tiffany. We now, our last person today to offer testimony is Brianna January.
Hello, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, esteemed committee. Happy to be back before you again. Brianna January here representing the Maryland Association of Counties in support of HB 794 with an amendment. It is well known that additional contributions are expected from future settlements with opioid manufacturers, distributors, and retailers. And counties have spent years and countless resources pursuing claims against these actors, forcing ultimately their retreat into settlements with the state. Committee, given the indispensable role that counties have played, they should have input into how future settlement proceeds are spent. And as such, MACO requests an amendment to this bill to ensure county representation on the advisory council. And you do have that amendment language in our written testimony for your reference. And with that, MACO urges a favorable report on 794 with that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. And again,
Madam Chair, Delegate Beitzel has his hand up, I believe.
Delegate Beitzel, I'm sorry. We need
All
to
right, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, Brianna. The settlement, as I understand it, it's going to be distributed to counties, all the local jurisdictions, except there's maybe some question about Baltimore agreeing to the settlement or whatever. But anyway, being from Western Maryland and Garrett County, they will receive some funds, as I understand it, based on maybe the number of cases, and that somehow it's distributed based on the number of people that have been addicted or impacted by this. And with this advisory council, obviously, you're probably not going to have a person from all 24 jurisdictions. And so how do you make sure that when these funds are distributed to the counties, that the counties will use these funds to go for the purposes as what they are to be, or under the bill and under the previous bills to be allocated for, rather than just putting it in the general fund or hiring other people or going to the health department that already has people. I think it's critically important that the people that experienced addiction problems, a lot of them being people that had no clue that they were being given opiates like Oxycontin and hydrocodone and Percocet and everything else. And then they get addicted, and it's just a downward spiral. And the people that are really impacted is those people that lost their children, that we heard lost their kids, lost members in their family. But fortunate ones are the ones that maybe still have people that are alive, but they're still going through figuring out how that they can have some hope that they will recover. Could you address that? That's a long question, but and obviously I've had experience along these lines, and it's just very, very traumatic. We've heard other witnesses there that testified the same thing. So how are we going to make sure that these funds will end up in the right direction, to provide some sort of relief or some hope that these people will have a chance of recovering.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Delegate. I think your question really emphasizes the need for the amendment that Mako's requesting here to make sure that counties and local governments have representation on the advisory board, on that advisory council, to make sure that local governments can partner with the state as best as possible to distribute funds in a reasonable and an equitable and ultimately an impactful manner. As you're well aware, counties have worked very closely with the state as a partner in this crisis, and we need to continue to do so. And having that voice at the table will surely not only allow counties to be able to express our needs as we administer these funds and whatnot, but also to hear from the folks that are impacted by this crisis and what their needs are, and meeting folks where they are. So greatly appreciate that question. I think that there's going to be a long road ahead, both for local governments and the state, and working together, and how we really hash out exactly how we spend and use these funds to make sure that we impact the most people that we possibly can that are suffering from this ongoing crisis. And this amendment is simply one way that we can help do so.
I might say
Thank
to
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I might say to you, Delegate Beitzel, that why don't we here on this committee work with you to make sure there's language in this bill or other places in the budget that satisfy your desire to see that local governments use this money for the crisis at hand instead of other issues or other programs. I hear you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now, we're going to work with you on that one for sure. We understand. Again, I want to thank Delegate Szeliga and Delegate Kaiser for being with us. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 794. Thank you. Committee, we're now going to move to House Bill 891, Department of Transportation and Spending Affordability Committee reports. As I was doing the testimony for this bill, I felt like this bill kind of started in the middle of a paragraph, and that what we needed to have for this bill was some context. And so with the testimony that was uploaded and with the testimony that you have, there is a sheet of paper, a sheet that says outline of actions to take in legislation and House Senate rules. This bill is about next year, and it's about the fact that beginning next year, this Appropriations Committee, Budget, Tax, and in fact the full body of the House of Delegates will have new budget powers, which we have not had. We are going to become like 49 other states, where the legislature has the ability to both add and subtract from the budget. And with that, we need to set up a system for amending the budget and changing the budget once it comes in. And we also have to set up a system that protects our AAA bond rating and protects the integrity of programs that have passed this legislature in the form of programs that have formulas, programs that have mandates, programs already funded. On this second sheet that you have a series of actions that DLS has recommended to all of us that we take, and I certainly very much concur in order to ensure that we have a smooth and again, a budget process that involves the Appropriations Committee and its subcommittees, but also and protects our AAA bond rating. So you see there on that page that there are several actions that are going to be taken under the rules that we are going to do next year, rule changes. Rules like what to do with the floor amendment, adding funds on the floor to a program, and the fact that it has to have an offset. Somebody's got to turn their computer off. The fact that You need to require members requesting budget committees to add funds for specific purposes to provide a written request to the chair of the committee on letterhead. The fact that we are going to have a legislative bond initiatives in capital budget, not operating budget. The fact that we are going to have a structural goal continuing for our budget. So there's a number of things that we are going to do by rule change, but there are some that required legislative action. Basically, there are two things that we require legislative action. One, we needed to give the SAC committee really new powers. And secondly, we needed to make sure that MDOT also feeds in information to the SAC committee in order for the full legislature to make its recommendations on the budget. So that's where this bill comes in. And this bill simply does a couple of things. It sets up new powers for the Spending Affordability Committee that includes that they are going to include in their reports fund balance targets for the rainy day fund and for the transportation trust fund, a structural balance target, and a minimum level of spending preservation for MDOT. MDOT, in return, in this bill, will have to provide to the SAC committee a list of projects ongoing, where those projects are in the process, and we'll provide that for the SAC committee so that that can be incorporated in any report that comes from SAC out to the money committees, budget and tax and appropriations. I should also mention to you that the Department of Transportation supports this bill. They do have a couple of amendments that they want to offer that kind of, I think, are small amendments that move deadlines, so on and so forth. But bottom line is, this is the sum total of this bill, and it begins to set up the system of budgeting that we will see next year. The remainder of the items that we will set up for next year will actually materialize in rule changes when you come back after your elections. And with that, I will say to the committee, thank you, and I hope that you'll find this legislation in a fair manner and pass it for all of us. So, are there any questions? And by the way, Dave Romans is here if there's any questions on, you know, the rule changes or the kinds of things we have to do. Any changes? I mean, any questions for him? Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move to another bill of mine, which is House Bill 1290. It is Education Public School Construction Funding Bill. You have my testimony. So let me just say to each of you, good afternoon, and to Vice Chair Chang, the committee, it's always a pleasure to be here, testify on this bill. This bill is the outgrowth of a work group which met during the interim. I might mention to you that that work group really was spun off after the Knott Commission of several years ago that looked at school construction in Maryland and how we fund schools in Maryland and made several recommendations. This work group this summer also adopted and is offering in this bill several changes to the school construction program. I want to first mention that as some of you may know, we hope to have a complete conclusion to a survey done of all of the schools in Maryland, which looked at the buildings, also the systems within the buildings, and hopefully formed a ranking so that we knew what schools needed help the most in terms of either renovations or replacement. That entire exercise, actually, an outside consultant was hired by the IEC and went through while we were closed down in 2020, many of the schools, all of the schools, and did, I think, a very good process of gathering data. The problem has arisen, though, that this data, once collected and uploaded, has not been able to, they have not been able to get it to DLS in a form that that didn't have some glitches in how they presented the data. So we have asked them to go back, and in the next 4 years, they are going to be going through and doing an assessment of the schools, and we asked them to approve that assessment. One of the areas that we thought was needed the most was that they needed to coordinate more with the local school district about some of the issues that they found, so that the data that we get is much more accurate. That aside, here are the recommendations that the work group still came up with. One, we had previously set up, after the Knott Commission, a school construction revolving loan fund. This bill requires the governor to include at least 50 million in fiscal year 2023, 20 million in fiscal 24, and 10 million in the subsequent years of 25 and 26. And I do believe that the governor did include this year in his budget the first portion of that money. It outlines how the loans are going to be made, and they're going to be made to the counties. These are loans that can be made if the county doesn't have sufficient funding to make their match, and they want to move forward with the project. The bill also mandates that the Healthy Schools Fund be set at $40 million annually. And again, it reiterates what we have said in the past, that Baltimore City receives no more than 50% of that money. School local cost share. We have also made some recommendations about the calculations every 2 years, and that must limit the percentage point decrease in the state share for any county to 5%. Another issue that arose, and we have made recommendations in this bill, is an update to the per student gross area baseline square footage. And we have added areas that we think should be included in that gross area baseline square footage, including some of the pieces that you heard about or saw in the Kerwin Commission recommendations and the blueprint, such as community schools and schools eligible for concentration of poverty, instructional space for English learner, collaborative spaces for teachers to work, breakout spaces for group instruction, and for career and technology education pathways. We want to be able to include these spaces in our school planning. We also want to give school districts credit and some incentives as they build their schools. And this bill outlines the incentives that the work group adopted. This means that the state would pick up more of the share of the cost of building a school. First of all, we wanted to recognize that schools with high concentrations of poverty would get a 10% increase in state share. High concentration meaning 80% or more of the students are in poverty. A 5% increase in the state share for schools with a concentration of poverty between 55 and 80%. We wanted to give a 5% increase in state share for schools who have good maintenance assessments. We wanted to give a 5% increase in state share for schools who build as net zero buildings, and a 5% increase in state share for projects with an estimated total cost of ownership that is at least 15% less than baseline levels. Those are the recommendations that were made. I also want to acknowledge that on the work group serving with me was Delegate Mark Corman. And we also had, of course, Senate representation. That concludes my testimony. I hope you'll find this favorable. And with that, I'm going to take questions. Delegate Kettleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have two questions. And the first one is, I'm trying to understand, you've put a mandated spending in this bill. And I just wondered how that works, since the legislature is going to have the option of changing the money in the governor's budget. Is a mandate actually necessary? Would it put any restrictions on the legislature?
The answer to the question is yes. I mean, if you want to mandate spending both now and in the future, you may do so. We want to you're talking about the revolving fund. We want to make sure, and particularly the rural counties wanted to make sure that there was money in that revolving fund that would be up to, I think, as a matter of fact, County Executive Jan Gardner is the one who worked with the rural counties on this. I think she wanted to see at least 100 million over the next 4 years put into that revolving fund. Because if you have this revolving fund, $50 million, 100, and you don't replenish it for the next few years, it can all disappear with some big projects in a few counties. This way, we have a time limit when the counties can have to repay the money, and that money will in fact replenish itself. But we do want to see at least a $50 million kind of baseline continue to roll over the years, and make sure that it's there for any county in the state that is having trouble making their match.
I agree with you 100%. I just wondered, since the mandate is on the legislature could vote to change it. So it's a little bit different.
You can do that. You can do that now, and you can do that in the future.
But the governor is the one who was mandated and couldn't change things before. Now he can't change things regardless. Anyway, my second question is that I have been working very hard to support getting schools built in the state. And at this beginning of this hearing period, I was testifying on behalf of a bill that I have that would put a 5-year moratorium on requiring school contracts to be subject to the prevailing wage law, which would save an enormous sum of money for the state to spend on actually building the schools. And I'm sure that I will get your support on that.
No, I don't think you will, but I will tell you that that's a bill for another committee, and the work group did not address that in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have several people here that want to testify in favor of this bill. And as a matter of fact, number one on my list is County Executive Jan Gardner, who was on the work group, who has been on the work group since the Knott Commission, and has been a very active, very productive leader on this work group. So I'd like to welcome Jan Gardner. Is she in the room from Frederick County?
Madam Chair, I'm receiving some messages from her chief of staff that she's in the waiting room. Oh, there we are. Some technical difficulties.
We got you.
All right. Are you ready for me?
I am. 2 minutes
good.
Of your time, okay?
Yes, I'm sorry. We just had some trouble getting in. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on in support of House Bill 1290. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. I am Frederick County Executive Jan Gardner. Maryland has long demonstrated its commitment to ensuring that all students have adequate public school facilities. And I've been honored to contribute to this endeavor, beginning with my service on the COP Commission, then the Knott Commission, and most recently the work group on the assessment and funding of school facilities, which was also chaired by Chairwoman McIntosh, and Delegate Corman was also a member. This bill faithfully reflects and codifies the recommendations of the work group. And as the bridge between the work group's recommendations and the realization, the provisions of House Bill 1290 codify the recommendations and support many of the instructional goals of the blueprint for Maryland's future. The bill reflects a commitment to equity, the environment, best practices in facilities management, and strong stewardship with regard to tax dollars. And many of these commitments are codified through the accomplishment and accomplished through the use of incentives. Importantly, the bill also establishes a revolving loan fund, something that has been discussed for a number of years. Will allow local jurisdictions with limited debt capacity to forward fund more school construction projects. This will enable the construction of school facilities that might have otherwise been deferred. I'd like to note that I do support an amendment which may have already been made or may be made in the future that requires the creation of a work group to consider the use of the assessment data when it is completed and verified. So my thanks to Chair McIntosh for her leadership on the work group and for advancing this bill. I do urge your favorable consideration.
Thank you. And I hope you were, County Executive, I hope you were online in the queue in the waiting room somewhere and heard that we gave you very much credit for all the work that you have done on this issue through the years. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There will be another work group and we look forward to the future. So thank you very much for putting this bill forward.
Sure. Any questions for the County Executive? Very good. We're now going to move to John Willems, who's here for the Maryland Association of Boards of Education.
Madam Chair, it's good to be with you today. John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. I could sum up my testimony in saying what Madam Chair and County Executive Jan Gardner said, and it's nice to be in that company. I do want to, however, share that MABE does fully support the establishment of the revolving loan fund, believes it will be very meaningful as a new and substantial source of funding going forward. The bill creates greater predictability and stability in any changes in the state local cost share. That's an important point so that school systems aren't essentially blindsided by a significant shift or increase in the local share. Equitable and innovative additional state share for meaningful advancement of school construction projects in areas ranging from the concentration of poverty community schools to net zero schools. More robust and meaningful assessments of school facilities in a more collaborative and productive manner is going to be, I think, a big improvement going forward. And just really appreciate the chair's leadership, County Executive Gardner, Delegate Corman, and the inclusion of representatives from MABE and PZAM. And that stakeholder legislator process really helped us share our concerns and communicate, I believe, collaboratively with the public school construction program as well in that public forum to air these issues and concerns and identify some very meaningful recommendations that are going to advance and improve the quality of school construction going forward. So thank you for that. And we urge a favorable on House Bill 1290.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Jennifer Lynch, Baltimore County Governor.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today in favor of House Bill 1290. I am the Director of Educational Partnership for Baltimore County Government. 2 years ago, Baltimore County Government and Baltimore County Public Schools partnered together to commission a 10-year capital plan. Baltimore County has the third largest and third oldest school stock in Maryland. Every building in this large portfolio was assessed and ranked based on facility condition, capacity, and educational adequacy. As a result, this comprehensive assessment, almost $5 billion in need were identified. County Executive Olszewski has both advocated for and provided historic investments in school construction. However, our existing budget is not sufficient to meet the overwhelming needs of the county. I would like to thank the General Assembly for ensuring the passage of the Built to Learn Act last year, which allowed Baltimore County to move forward on several long overdue capital projects. With continued investment from the state, we stand ready to raise the bar on capital construction across Baltimore County. House Bill 1290 ensures that local districts will continue to receive adequate state funding to address the varied capital needs across the state. The legislation would increase the state share of funding for low-income schools, enhance the IAC's inspection process to make schools safer and healthier, encourage schools to build environmentally friendly schools, and enhance the IAC's ability to comprehensively assess capital needs across the state in collaboration with the local school systems in order to equitably distribute state funding. In addition, the bill addresses the unique challenges of using adjacent enrollment numbers to determine the scope of a project. With a potential additional provision that would allow unused state school capital construction funding to go directly back into the Built to Learn funds, this bill would ensure that Maryland schools will once again be a model for educational agencies across the nation. And for this reason, Baltimore County is in favor of House Bill 1290. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to Diana Younts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Diana Yance with the co-chair of the Climate Justice Wing, and I am here today to give our enthusiastic support for your bill. We like this bill because it will make our public schools better for everyone, and in particular gives extra help to our schools with the most desperate need in our poorest communities. And we also like it for the incentives for building net zero schools. We really hope that districts seize upon this opportunity, and that in renovating old schools, that the districts also take advantage of this financial help to get to net zero and the opportunity to make our schools much more energy efficient and healthy by removing their old gas boilers and replacing them with healthier, cheaper to operate electric heat pumps or geothermal systems, and by improving the energy performance of their building shells. Coordination with Delegate Corman's HB 365 regarding removing, not allowing state matching funds for installation of gas boilers could work well with your bill. His bill would provide the stick to your carrot. We hope for this result, not only because it is best for addressing the climate crisis and best for our kids, but it's best for the school's ability to avoid the coming dramatic increase in gas costs that will undermine our school's financial ability to do its main mission, to educate our kids. I've highlighted before in other testimony that the Maryland Commission on Climate Change has projected that gas delivery rates will increase 2 to 5 times by 2045. And by the way, that gas system has an expensive leaky infrastructure that has to be maintained as well and repaired, for which the gas utilities themselves have projected that costs for that will increase 3 times and be more expensive than they are today. So that in doing that annual maintenance, it will rise from a cost of $150 million annually up to a $455 million expense by 2044. All these costs of maintaining the gas infrastructure will fall on fewer and fewer ratepayers, and schools that continue to invest in gas infrastructure will be the ones bearing the burden. Please let's take this opportunity and support HB 1290 to help our schools prevent this fate. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, Delegate Corman has been telling me that he was the stick to my carrot for a long time. I think 8 years now. But nevertheless, thank you very much for putting in a plug for his bill as well. All right, we're going to now move to, aren't you going to have anything to say, Delegate Corman? Okay.
Just a loyal lieutenant, Madam Chair.
All right. Delegate Reuben Collins from Charles County is with us also.
I do not see him in the room, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, he was signed up in favor. Brianna January, you're back.
I'm back. You're going to get tired of me by the end of today, Madam Chair.
Never.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. For the record, Brianna January here again with the Maryland Association of Counties, also known as MACO. This time in strong support of HB 1290 with amendments. Committee, as you've heard, this bill truly represents the hard work of the interim work group on the assessment and funding of school facilities, on which counties were pleased to participate through the leadership of County Executive Gardner. And MACO echoes the appreciation expressed for that leadership of Chair McIntosh, County Executive Gardner, Delegate Corman, and really the greater interim work group as a whole. I won't repeat the many praises for the details of this bill, but I will say that counties feel that the recommendations of that interim work group, which have become the foundation of HB 1290, do reasonably balance the needs of local governments to both build and maintain safe, long-lasting quality school facilities and manage fiscal responsibility. That said, there are a few technical amendments that are outlined in our testimony and on which MACO has been working with Chair McIntosh and County Executive Gardner to bring before the committee. I won't repeat the details of those amendments now, but we'll note that counties look forward to this body approving them and moving this bill and the establishment, especially of a future work group, amended as favorable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. We have Cassandra Viscaria.
Oh, hello, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Bob Gorel here. And Cassandra Viscara is my Deputy Director of Administration. I'm here with Alex Donahue, Deputy Director of Field. And we're not speaking for or against the bill. And really appreciate your hard work. There are a few provisions that the IEC think might benefit to add context that we'd like to offer if we could, Madam Chair.
All right, you got 2 minutes of time, and you
Thank
can
you, Madam
offer
Chair.
those, of course, if you'll
Thank
work
you.
with our staff on amendments. All right.
Oh, sure, Madam Chair, would be more than happy to. On all of the additional measures that the bill is recommending for including temperature, humidity, mold, lead, paint, asbestos, and assessing those and quantifying them in the schools, we absolutely agree. The true inspection, which is the way the bill is currently worded, would bring assessment costs from 4 cents a square foot, which we've run pretty well on that throughout the state, to about $4 a square foot. So we do believe that we can collaborate. I think the other presenters have said that the LEAs are looking for more collaboration. I think with more time that we have, which is the natural way for that the bill was set up to begin with, every 4 years, we're going to take a quarter going forward. But to receive that information directly from the LEAs, they know their schools better than we. If we ask the questions right, I think we'll get the right answers and we can include those in the assessment. Second, another provision is on eligible enrollment. And it was limiting it to 15% of adjacent schools. And we think that we already do look at adjacent schools, but we do believe that that might be a little strict, and that for example, if you have 3 adjacent schools, 1,500 students each, and they are 15%, or say 14%, and therefore not able to count those schools as potential seats within the LEA. And of course, maximizing our seats, maximizing utilization is how we reduce the cost of ownership that allows the schools to last into the future like we want to. That would be 225 seats at each school. We'd have 675 seats that we would not consider whenever we are thinking about what size should this new school be. So we just think that the diligence that is required, that we currently have, should be allowed to be continued and start to set some parameters through the IEC for policy, and then come back and codify it whenever we're sure what will work without hurting us in the long run and causing the cost of ownership to increase of the portfolio. We're already pretty expensive and our facilities are getting older, and that's why we're here. And this assessment that is setting the highest needs has worked quite well. And the data we found at the ground, which you said in the beginning, is correct. We're figuring out how best to use it. And with that will support everything from net zero on. The incentives is the third area. As we've gone through and calculated the incentives, we're pretty sure, and this is all in our written testimony, if you want to look at the details, that just about every school is gonna get them. And therefore, it's going to increase the state share, which is going to reduce the number of total projects. And maybe we could consider looking at that by amendment, Madam Chair, to a number that makes sense, so that indeed it's an incentive rather than something expected. And then finally, the proposed legislation recommends delaying the use of the assessment and the implementation. We certainly recognize that we had of the data, which we stand by being correct from our first meeting, there were categorization errors of how it was assembled to be used that DLS identified for us, and we found those early on. DLS has had the data set since December with the recategorization, December 21st. We haven't heard of any errors in it, and it's ready to go. So we're ready to use it, Madam Chair, whenever you and the rest of the legislature are ready for us to use it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Corman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, not a plug for a movie about the IAC this time. Bob, could you go through again your recommendation on adjacency? I didn't totally follow what you were offering.
Thank you. Yes, currently at 15%, it's a locked number. And that makes it very difficult. It might be easy if we only have one adjacent school out of, say, 4 or 5 that are close by that fits that. But sometimes it's more than that. And it just depends on the neighborhood, on the LEA, on the district and the feeder schools of where they are. So what we are looking at is to continue to look at adjacencies with the LEAs. We don't have a set number that is a cutoff point on adjacencies. We clearly believe that we don't want to cause a reboundary of a school district by any means, and I don't believe that we have. But I think we do need to record what we've been doing, keep track of it, bring it to the IEC for them to study. But I do believe that, let's say in the example I gave of 675 empty seats, we wouldn't want to build a new building and leave 675 empty seats within the LEA. So the best solution is somewhere between where the bill is drafted now and probably just better procedures that we have to check off as we go through everything.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think you've caused a reboundary either, because the school systems end up just picking up that extra tab. They don't redistrict because the IAC isn't giving them the match for those numbers. I guess my question is there anything in the law today about the adjacency, or is that something that the IAC deals with on its own?
Well, we think that no, in the law, there's not. So
you could do what you were just describing today if you wanted to make a better approach instead of the decades that have gone by under the status quo.
As we operate currently, and we have had far fewer, we have a planning staff now. There was never a planning staff to be able to go look at adjacencies with the counties, with the school district, and really fully understand it. So at least for the last 2 years, we've been looking at it very carefully. I don't believe that we've caused any rebounding to occur, that it was not at the desire of the LEA at the same time. I'm pretty sure that.
Yeah, so I agree with you. You have not caused any rebounding to occur, because the effect is the school district just doesn't get the match for those dollars. They don't actually redraw the lines. They just have to pay more money. But we can talk more about this, Madam Chair. Thanks for the indulgence, and thank you, Mr. Burrell.
Delegate Valentino Smith.
Thank you. This is very complicated, and thank you for all your work on this. I just feel like now I want to clarify in the gross area baseline square footage per student. I'm pretty sure you are. I just want to make sure you're counting temporary space, right? Is going to count towards that? Because we have a high number of temporaries in Prince George's County.
For the priority fund, which is not in effect at this point, I believe it's envisioned that still remains to be a clear direction. The highest need schools in the state would be awarded funding so that they could repair those schools, highest needs to the lowest needs. And in those high need schools, part of the discussion in the work group was to include temporary space in those calculations. In fact, County Executive Gardner was very strong on that point. And we have models that we have built that do provide that consideration if that would be the desire of the outcome in the ranking.
Okay, I agree with County Executive, and I'm sure that it sounds like the committee intended to move that way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, just FYI, by the way, Bob, the DLS has notified me that they're kind of busy with something called the state budget right now. So they have not gotten back to you about the data that was submitted on December 21st, but they will. And there are already, for the record, DLS does have some concerns about the data. So you may think you're ready to go, but I don't think we're all ready to go yet. Okay. All right, that concludes the bill hearing. Thank you very much, everyone. And now we're going to move to House Bill 424, which is the Governor's Salary Commission. And we have, is Bruce Plaxton in the room? Bruce Plaxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good.
It's a pleasure to be in front of this committee. I don't usually testify in front of your committee. I see a lot of familiar faces. Let me start off by saying this is the third time that I've had the privilege to be appointed to this committee. And your staff, the staff on this committee does incredible work. We really study a lot of data. To give you all some background, in 1976, a constitutional amendment created the Governor's Salary Commission. The commission met for the first time in 1977, issued its first report in January of 1978. The 7-member committee this year met twice in November of 2021 to perform the constitutionally required task of recommending salary levels for the governor and the lieutenant governor. And like all previous commissions, we also considered salary recommendations for our state's constitutional officers, namely the Attorney General, the Comptroller, the Treasurer, and the Secretary of State. I should point out that in 2017, when we met, no recommendations were made and salaries were frozen for 4 years. So we were really, when we met in November of 2021, we were looking at salaries that had not been moved for 4 years. To develop the recommendations, we studied compensation trends in state, local, and federal government, job duties, roles, responsibilities, and key economic indicators over multiple fiscal years. We studied all 50 states and the district. We also noted that many of the salary assumptions made by previous commissions were still valid, such as the importance of a commensurate wage and parity with similar positions in other states. We wanted to make sure that Maryland was favorable to other states and reflected our economic stature around the country. During the last cycle, constitutional officer salaries remained unchanged, as I pointed out. In addition, inflation has risen since then and is expected to continue. So this year's report, accordingly, the commission recommended that the salaries for the state's constitutional officers be increased for the term beginning January of 2023. So raises would not go into effect until January of next year, to start at $165,000 with modest annual raises ending of $175,000 in 2027. And that would be for the lieutenant governor, the comptroller, the treasurer. For the secretary of state, we recommended increase to $112,500 and ending at $120,000 3 years later in 2027. The members of this commission thank the committee for the opportunity to present our recommendations and note that the full report and details are available on the General Assembly website. Again, I want to thank the staff that we were assigned to do a phenomenal job, and my fellow members of the commission that took a our responsibilities very, very seriously to make sure that the salaries of these important officers were reflected in our recommendations. I have the reports. I don't know if anyone has any questions. The reports that are on the website are pretty detailed. And that would be my testimony, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to address your committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Bruce? I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have one person who signed up unfavorable, Vince McAvoy. Is Vince here?
I have not seen him in the waiting room.
Okay. Okay, that concludes, oh, excuse me, Delegate Novotny. You have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't put up my hand fast enough. Bruce, thank you for doing this, obviously. And you had mentioned in your testimony that part of this recommended raise was due to inflation. Was it a big part, small part? And when did you hit the chalk line as far as making a decision on the percentage of inflation that was affecting this potential raise for these constitutional officers?
Well, we looked at the numbers in November before, you know, the last couple of months have reflected higher inflation. But the real driving factor, I think, was that the salaries had been frozen for 4 years. And many of these, the heads of these organizations, like the Attorney General or the Comptroller, actually are paid currently a lower salary than their deputies. So I think that was more the focus of the committee than actual inflation. I don't know if that answered your question.
Oh, it does. But you're with that same thought process, in another 4 years, we might see a similar or maybe a more aggressive inflation response or salary response to the inflation that's going on right now. Obviously, we want to correct the imbalance between the deputy and the primary, but this would go forward in the next 4 years as you would see it.
I can't speak on what another commission would do 4 years from now. I can tell you that a lot of factors go into play, such as the budget shortfalls. I could tell you that 4 years ago, despite inflation and raising salaries, you know, the recommendation was made and followed by the legislature that none of these officers got any raise. And the raises that are going into effect now are much lower than inflation. So it's not it's not like a cost of living increase. It's not tied to inflation. It was more looking at comparisons to, I would say, comparisons to other states, as well as the fact that the salaries had been frozen. So I don't know what will happen 4 years from now.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Mangione.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Bruce. You said, and I understand the part about the 4 years. Was there any consideration or discussion about what's going on in the last, I guess, almost 2 years between coronavirus and the fact that many people, of course, not only were told they could not work, but may have lost their job and their business, small business, really took a hit with a lot. Was there a discussion on how you go about talking in terms of public figures, like even ourselves included, getting these salary increases less than a year? I guess it doesn't start into 2023, but so close to a time that we just experienced. If you could comment on that.
I think the committee was sensitive to appearances, that we would be voting, salary increases. The increase over the next few years is $2,000 or $3,000 a year, and it felt like those increases were modest enough that there wouldn't be political fallout. I don't know if that's what you're asking about.
No, that it's a tough call. I don't mean it to be like a gotcha. I just didn't know if that was something you guys considered and had lots of discussions about, because it is certainly a controversial topic with everything that went on with coronavirus and the shutting down of business. And that's a conversation perhaps for another day. But no, I thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you all.
We're now going to move to House Bill 1023. Department of Legislative Services, collection of information related to public safety, criminal justice, corrections, and juvenile services. And I believe we have a panel. Am I correct, of Vicky?
You do. You are
Yes,
correct.
Executive Director of Legislative Services, Ryan Bishop, Director of Office of Policy Analysis, and Michelle Davis.
Unfortunately, Ryan could not be here with us, so Michelle is with us, and Dr. Jasmine Bailey is also with us. He is our analyst on our project to embark upon doing racial equity impact notes. So by way of background, in the 2020 interim, the pandemic interim, the presiding officers asked us to embark upon an initiative to do racial equity impact notes, initially starting with criminal justice legislation. We did a lot of research. We actually entered into a contract with the University of Baltimore Schaefer School and then Bowie University to help us with this project. In the 2021 session, we did approximately 12 racial equity impact notes. It was very educational to us because one of the things that we were able to determine is there was a severe deficiency in the amount of information and data that was available to us to be able to do these notes. And it was not always consistently collected or reported. And so during the 2021 interim, and I will introduce you to Michelle Davis. Michelle was appointed during the interim as the manager of this new function, the Racial Equity Impact Note function. And Michelle headed up a group of our analysts that looked at what kinds of data do we need to be able to do these notes in a way that would be the most substantive and informative to you as members of the General Assembly. So that resulted in this legislation. And Michelle, if you are there, I saw you on before, but I will turn it over to you. And then after Michelle, I would just introduce you to Dr. Jasmine Bailey. Jasmine joined us last session during the 2021 session as a contractual employee. He was finishing up a fellowship with the University of Maryland, College Park. We were able to entice and recruit him to work for us. I'm thrilled that he's here with us and he can maybe speak again briefly to the need for these for this data. And Michelle has been talking to state police and we know there are concerns. We are happy to work with all these agencies. We just want to make sure that even though it might result in additional state resources being needed, that we can still provide you the substantive and informative data that you need for these notes. If the Department of Legislative Services is going to undertake this effort, we want to make sure we do the best job possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Michelle?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Michelle Davis. I'm the manager of the Equity Impact Note Unit. And I just want to echo everything that Vicky has said. And yes, we did study this last interim and getting into the weeds of it, we found two things. One, there's a lot of data that's missing, that's not being collected by state agencies that will really help with sort of equity analysis, which is what we do. And two, there is data out there, but there are no formal mechanisms in place for us to get that data in the format that we needed. And that's important. We are sort of rolling over from the old era of written reports and summary aggregated data. But of course, our unit needs the opposite. We need the actual raw data sets so that we can manipulate it and perform certain statistical analyses on it in order to provide the impact notes. So we need the data in a certain format, and we also need agencies to give it to us. So this legislation is just to sort of formalize some of the
relationships that we've already started in terms of getting data on a regular basis. So with that, I'll just introduce you, as Vicki wanted, to Dr. Jasmine Bailey. He's here in the room as well, and he is the person who performs these statistical analyses, which is the basis of these impact notes. So Jasmine, if you have anything to say there.
I don't have anything to say, but
Oops, you're on mute.
Oh, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I said I don't have anything to say. I just say hello, everyone.
Very good. Any questions? Delegate Kettleman has a question.
Thank you, and thank you very much. I was curious when you bring up the subject of doing it. In the current fiscal notes, there is a fiscal impact, and then you get down to the point where it says small business, and frequently I see the note potentially meaningful. And I just wondered, is that something that you can also flesh out? Because it seems to me that that would be something that'd be very interesting for us to know. I mean, if you're going to be collecting data, maybe that could be included.
This project is a separate note, so it would be separate from the fiscal note, a racial equity impact note, separate from the fiscal note, and related to primarily criminal justice legislation, at least to start. The small business impact, when we were first tasked with doing that, the way that it was set up is we would ask state agencies who propose legislation, or if it's a member proposing legislation, we would send a request to state agencies for any information they would have about the small business impact. And what we often receive back is very general information. We do not currently have a process to require state agencies to collect specific information as it relates to small business impact. So what happens in the fiscal note process is we'll get back very general information from state agencies, and we either concur or, once in a blue moon disagree, but that's generally how it has worked. We have not had discussions about working with state agencies to collect more specific information.
Thank you very much for that answer.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Hope we see you in person sometime soon. Okay, we're now going to move to 4 people who've signed up. Unfavorable. Russell Hamill, Maryland Chiefs of Sheriffs Association.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the House Appropriations Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My testimony changes a bit because we received recent information and listening to the Department of Legislative Services. We would note we agree with the need to gather this important data and information so that the state legislature can make appropriate decisions, and also being transparent to the communities we serve. And also we agree what we just heard, that the appropriate funding must be provided so this important task can be completed in an efficient manner. We signed up in opposition to 1023 because there are concerns with these costs. But we do welcome the opportunity to work jointly with the Department of Legislative Services and our partners at the Maryland State Police to implement another less costly, less burdensome, and more appropriate method to collect this important information for the end users. We've been working with Maryland State Police, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use the acronyms, but we've been working with them and understand amendments are likely to be offered that will address our concerns. So the associations, chiefs of police and sheriff associations are concerned because the state uniform crime reporting program follows the national UCR program guidelines, and collections for the National Incident-Based Reporting System, known as NIBRS as well, that collects crimes against persons, property, and society in general information. There are several fields in this bill that are not currently collected. For example, NIBRS doesn't collect information of names, addresses, phone numbers, zip codes. So to comply with the bill, the Maryland State Police would need to modify their systems to collect the required data. And I've been advised it's an extremely time-consuming and costly endeavor. NIBRS was just recently modified for the state UCR program in 2021, and that took 3 years to implement. Local law enforcement agencies, many are still being certified. This bill could trigger a significant costly effort to be undertaken once again. As the data being collected by MSP comes from local law enforcement agencies, agencies would be required to assume significant costs for vendors to change software and hardware to be able to electronically report the new data sets to MSP so they can be in compliance. And this is after many had budget issues. And I'm running up on my 2 minutes.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, so I will just close with this. We just want to do it in a cost-effective manner so we don't end up burdening municipalities and counties with its high cost. Thank you for this opportunity. And we look forward to working with the agencies I named. Thank you very much.
Russ, thank you. And we do very much look forward to working with you, as Vicki said, to make sure these issues and concerns are taken care of. But we thank you for that willingness.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. We have the People's Commission to Decriminalize Maryland. Samantha, is it Blau?
Blau.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Blau. I am with Baltimore Action Legal Team and the People's Commission to Decriminalize Maryland. And our opposition to this bill is specifically around concerns for youth justice. So the bill requires the Department of Juvenile Services to enter into an MOU to provide disaggregated information by individual youth regarding their record of referral, court actions. Even if the data is de-identified, that doesn't mean that people won't be able to identify the youth based on a lot of the information that would be provided. And this runs counter to the central tenet of how our youth justice system currently works with preserving confidentiality. We don't want children who have been through this and hopefully, are able to then, as adults, like be in society. We don't want them harmed because of what might be presented or discovered through this. The bill also requires DJS to develop a work plan to include specific race and ethnicity data for individual youth. And again, that just heightens the likelihood of people being able to connect the data with youth. And we don't want to have youth of color who are targeted based on data that is become available. DJS publishes a wealth of data consistently. It's done accurately, transparently through their data resources guide. They release more detailed information, including by race, ethnicity, region, offense, gender, than most any other, like no other state in the country that we have seen has this kind of thing. And other state departments don't, produce this kind of data the way that DJS does. So we feel like the data is already there, and they already also have a really good system for requesting new data. And this is coming from a group of people who generally don't want youth to be in any kind of system to begin with. We've found them to be really responsive in producing data. And so with that, I'll end my testimony that we urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. We have David Shapiro, Maryland Office of Public Defender.
David Shapiro is unable to attend.
Huh. I guess he found out we had a collective bargaining bill out there. All right, we go to Marlon Tillman. Is Marlon Tillman in the room? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vicki. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move to House Bill 783. Delegate Jackson, are you in the room?
I am, Madam Chair.
Very good. Good to have you back.
Glad to be back.
Bill.
Right. Hello, Madam Chair McIntosh, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Delegate Carl Jackson here in support of HB 783. This bill would require that the State Department of Education, in consultation with the Departments of Health and General Services, create guidelines for local school boards to ensure that if a credible report of visible mold is found in schools by, for example, a teacher or a student, that a test for mold must be performed, and that if mold is indeed present, that the mold must be remediated in a timely fashion. Essentially, we want to make sure that if a teacher or student sees mold, that there is a formal process by which that first sighting will be taken seriously, passed up the chain of command, and that it will result in the mold issue being taken care of quickly, as would be in the best interest of the health of the students and faculty and teachers. Ideally, this formal process should already exist, and it does in some school systems, but unfortunately, as we will get into a moment, that is not always the case. And without such a process, the end result is that mold is not addressed in the classroom. This bill also has a posting requirement for these tests, so that if a mold test is performed, that the results must be posted in both the local school board website and on the Maryland State Department of Education website. We want to ensure that there is transparency in this process and that parents have an easy and accessible way to see test results that might impact the health of teachers and students. Unfortunately, this bill has come about as a reaction to a situation that occurred in a school in my district. There was a credible report of mold made by a teacher who will be testifying today as well. And essentially little was done about it for nearly 7 months. Even once the tests were performed, parents and school staff still had no way to access them in order to find out how bad the problem was or if it had been properly addressed. I have been working closely with the Maryland Association of Counties on this bill, and those talks have produced an amendment, which I am also offering, that will require a study with recommendations on how the Healthy Schools Facility Fund and the Aging Schools Program could be used as a proper vehicle to address the underlying causes of mold issues in public schools. Our hope with this amendment is that we can make sure that in cases where HVAC problems, leaky roofs, or other structural issues are underlying causes of mold, that these programs are being utilized fully to address those problems to stop the need for future mold remediation. I humbly request a favorable with amendment vote on HB 783, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Jackson, for presenting the bill and the amendment. Are there any questions from the Appropriations Committee for the bill sponsor? This time we have two witnesses who are going to be providing testimony. First is Mr. Maureen Hall with Baltimore County Public Schools. Ms. Hall, welcome, and please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Hall. I'm a former paraeducator at Parkville Middle School, where I taught for 8 years with students with learning and emotional disabilities. I'm in favor of this House Bill 783 for several reasons. During the summer of 2018, the air conditioning vents were left open. That summer was very rainy. We were told at the beginning of the year that they were open, and when we returned to our classroom, black fuzzy mold was all over our belongings. We reported it to our principal in an email, and we were told that the vents were left open and there was a mold problem. We were told to keep our windows closed and dehumidifiers were put in our classrooms. I have submitted pictures, I don't know if they're permitted or not, of some of the things. Fall came and went and still nothing was done. I asked my principal if she could do, or if the county could do a mold testing, and in an email, she said that's something that the county does not do. So the teachers and I, along with TADCO, formed a committee, and we went to the board asking them to come in to do some inspection. Then finally they came in, they did some inspecting and said that they didn't see any mold. So after several meetings and correspondence and other things, I have a huge binder here of different correspondence over the past couple years here. The winter came and mold was still in the building. We spotted it in the walls, the class flag, and even in teachers' sanitary products. The county came out again. They said they saw mold in the crawl spaces and they removed it. After that, it still came back. We still spotted mold in different things in the building and reported it again. They came back another time. They said they did testing. They said they would release these tests to us in the spring, which never did. Another person that I've been working with on this bill tried to get these results, and they told him that he would have to pay $5,000 to get these results. My health has suffered as a result of this. I have autoimmune issues. I have severe bacteria in my gut. Mold toxicity is often responsible for autoimmune issues, such as Hashimoto, Sjorgensen's, brain, endocrine disruptions, mood disorders, gut issues, fatigue, insomnia, interstitial cystitis, which I had surgery 2 years ago on, and even recently studies that has contributed to dementia and Alzheimer's. I went to court to fight this to get my workman's comp back, which I won the first time, only to have Baltimore County take it back and said there was nothing wrong with me. I went a third time to fight this again, and they tried to bring in my personal life, which had nothing to do with the mold. And they had private investigators following me like I was some criminal. I lost my case, and this is why I'm here, not so much to fight that. I'm here to fight to get this mold testing done. So this is why I'm sharing my story with you all today, that we have something in place.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hall.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Really appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. January from the Maryland Association of Counties.
Thank you, Vice Chair, esteemed committee. For the record, Brianna January here again with the Maryland Association of Counties, this time in support of HB 783 with amendments. MACO has worked very hard with the sponsor, Delegate Jackson, to get this bill into a shape that counties are able to support with those mentioned sponsor amendments. Committee, as drafted, the bill would place the potentially expensive burden of remediation involving major systems like faulty roofs or HVAC units, for example, solely on the counties. However, MACO and the bill sponsor have identified 2 existing state funds within the IAC that could help with repair or replacement of faulty systems that are causing mold in our schools. Those 2 programs are the Healthy School Facility Fund and the Aging Schools Program. And committee, the IAC has confirmed to us that they do help with addressing underlying causes of mold and that these 2 programs could be used for doing so. As a solution, MACO then worked with the bill sponsor on the amendment before you to require a study and recommendations on how these 2 programs can be used to address mold situations in schools. And committee, it's really important that this body approve that amendment because we surely would not want a situation in which the IAC has suggested that these funds can be used for those purposes, but where there is no formal charge stating that the commission should in fact consider projects to do so, or where the IAC is approving some projects, for example, but not others because the guidance here isn't crystal clear. And so for these reasons, MACO supports HB 783 with the discussed amendments and urges a favorable report from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. January, for your testimony. The question from Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. January, thanks for being here. And Delegate Jackson, I just want to say thank you for bringing this bill. I really appreciate it. I think you and I are both working on indoor air quality issues from different angles, and I appreciate the focus that you've put on this. And Ms. Hall, thank you for being here as well and sharing your story. I guess, Ms. January, the question for you, and I have to admit there's a level of frustration here because I think I've run into this a little bit on some of the work that I've done on indoor air quality and lead in school drinking water. So we've had the Healthy Schools Facilities Fund on the books now for almost 3 or 4 years. It was funded at $90 million last year between the additional federal funding that came in. There's an inventory posted on the IAC's website of practically almost 100 different projects from around the state that were HVAC projects that were submitted not only for the federal tranche of funding that came in, but for the money that's allocated in the budget. There's another $90 million earmarked in the budget for this coming fiscal year. And yet I continually hear from both the counties, and I'm sorry that I'm frustrated, but I continually hear from both the counties and from the school boards that school systems don't know that this money exists. HVAC is clearly spelled out in there. What is the disconnect maybe that you could share from the county perspective and from school systems perspective that folks don't know that this money is there, even though, again, it was oversubscribed, I think goes to the fact that it's needed, but we keep hearing this, well, we can't move forward with these kinds of things because the school systems don't know it's there. Can you help me understand that a little bit?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Delegate. I would say that I surely share those concerns. If you're hearing from folks that they're unaware that this funding exists and for what exactly it does, I think that may speak to a larger problem in which local governments are often apply for state funding for various school capital projects for repair, replacement, et cetera. And sometimes there isn't crystal clear guidance on exactly what each kind of funding can be used for. So for example, our amendment here is really seeking to get that into clear guidance that this fund exists. This fund, according to the IAC, they have told us via email that this fund could be used for replacement of major systems that are faulty, causing mold in schools. But unfortunately, that isn't quite clear currently, right? So counties can come to the IAC for these two specific funding sources for these sort of projects. However, that's not clear on our end. And so having that in a more crystal clear guidance via a study with recommendations from the legislature that would say that these funds can be used for doing so, I think is the first step. But I think that you're getting at a greater problem in which, unfortunately, local governments, and I cannot speak for our local education agencies, but as the bodies that fund great portions of the LEAs, that it's frustrating to not always have the same situation or guidance clear from the IAC's standpoint. I've heard many situations in which I have county folks who ask for submit reports for funding from the IAC for one project and they're approved, but the same exact project essentially in another county is not approved, for example. So I think that that's more collaboration and partnership with the state to make sure that those are clear situations that we can use and how they can be done.
I appreciate the answer. I guess I would just say the myriad of projects that were submitted. I mean, I think there's a broader issue over IAC approval, but school systems seem to be applying for it. So I guess I'm still not quite sure why on one hand we're saying they don't know it's there, but clearly there's lots of applications. So just hope we can clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Solomon. Are there any other questions for members of the committee? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 783. The committee will now move to House Bill 806, presented by Delegates Steins and Barve. The Building Standards and Emissions Reductions, High Performance State and Local Government Building, State Operations and Eligible Projects. Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you for being here. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and committee members. If it's okay with you, I will share a PowerPoint. Let me just.
And joining the Vice Chairman this afternoon, we have a panel, Mr. Benjamin Roush, Ms. Lisa Ferretto, Mr. Chris Parts, and Ms. Susan Miller.
Mr. Vice Chairman, can you see my screen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay, just want to change. Okay, thank you very much. This bill deals with fossil fuel emissions from government buildings, both state buildings and buildings that are funded 50%, their construction costs funded at least 50% by state funds. The use of fossil fuels in buildings of all types is a substantial source of CO2 emissions. Most of this energy use is for space and water heating. So the state's plan for reducing greenhouse gases set a goal of electrifying fossil fuel end uses in buildings, those specifically that are using natural gas and oil. This plan called on the state's Commission on Climate Change to identify measures to decarbonize the building sector. So this state's Climate Change Commission established a work group, a buildings work group with representation from diverse sectors to develop these recommendations on decarbonizing the building sector. And these recommendations were approved by the commission as part of its annual report last year by a vote of 24-2. The 2 no votes were state agencies, but 8 other state agencies voted in favor. And the key concepts of the plan are as follows. First, to construct new buildings to meet space and water heating demand without fossil fuels. An all-electric construction code for space and water heating should be adopted by 2024. and then implement a flexible building emission standard for existing commercial buildings to reduce direct building emissions to net zero, and by 2040, and for existing government buildings to reduce direct building emissions to net zero by 2035. Sorry, my cursor has frozen here. There we go. So this bill, House Bill 806, is based in good part on the subgroup's plan and recommendations for government buildings, again, as adopted and recommended by the state's Climate Change Commission by a lopsided vote of 24-2. So new government buildings and local government buildings for which at least 50% of the construction costs are provided by the state, excluding schools, are to comply with a new state Department of Labor code that requires new buildings to meet water and space heating demand without fossil fuels. Now, this all-electric code is to be developed under House Bill 831, companion bill I have, which deals with residential and commercial buildings. And so the Department of Labor is to adopt the code by 2024 and is also to develop a cost effectiveness test that builders can use to apply for variances from these electric requirements on new buildings. And then covered buildings, which again are new state buildings, local government buildings, for which at least half the construction costs are provided by the state, but again, excluding schools. So those existing buildings must reduce on-site emissions by 50% and to net zero under a building emission standard that is adopted in House Bill 831. And an alternative compliance pathway allows the owner of a covered building to offset building emissions that exceed the standard. So the goal of this alternative compliance pathway is that costs in getting to net zero from direct building emissions would not be excessive. Now, some key amendments to the bill is introduced. The entire subtitle 9, referred to as the Buy Clean Maryland Act, is out. I've deleted that entirely. And then on pages 2 and bottom of page 2, to top of page 3, there were provisions on zero energy and net zero in the high performance building section, which I've taken out. This plan, of which this bill represents one part, was found by the consultant who's worked for the State Climate Change Commission that it will reduce emissions substantially and also reduce operation and construction costs for the large majority of buildings. RESI of Towson University found that implementing this building energy transition plan, again, of which this is one part, would yield anywhere from $4.5 billion to $23 billion in net economic benefits at 29,000 to 250,000 jobs. And I just attached at the end a Baltimore Sun editorial from last week, which is in strong support of the buildings requirements, which again reflected in this bill and also in House Bill 831. So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much to the bill sponsor. Any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor? We also have members from the panel. If anyone from the panel wanted to add anything at this time. Okay, we have several witnesses here who are joining us, and if those witnesses could limit their testimony to 2 minutes. First, we have Dave Dietrich, Director, Quality and Product Performance, Lafarge.
Yep, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Dave Dietrich, and I'm the Director of Quality and Product Performance for Lafarge Holcim U.S. Cement. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of House Bill 806, the Building Standards and Emissions Reductions Bill. I am providing testimony on behalf of Lafarge Holcim, a local producer of cement and concrete with operations throughout Maryland. Our dedicated manufacturing professionals and engineers help provide building materials that support our entire state, including material used to develop the Purple Line, Route 200 Intercounty Connector, and the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. Lafarge Holcim is a global leader in developing green cement and concrete technology, as illustrated by our net zero commitment, the first construction materials supplier to do so, and also with the production of 1-SEM, a lower carbon cement. This material and others reduce our environmental footprint without sacrificing performance or durability. People often use the term cement and concrete interchangeably, so I always like to cover the basics. Cement is a powder and it is a binder in concrete. And concrete is the finished product, which we see in everything from sidewalks, homes, roads, bridges, dams, and skyscrapers. In fact, concrete is the second most used material in the world, second only to water. We all recognize the built environment is a major source of carbon emissions, accounting for approximately 40% of global emissions, a number that is likely to grow over the next 2 decades as population growth continues, urban migration increases, and more infrastructure is needed to support our communities. In summary, I believe the adoption of this bill can help unlock the future of sustainable construction through the establishment of a low carbon procurement preference for state procurement projects. The state can use its purchasing power to drive innovation and help reduce carbon emissions in Maryland. On behalf of Lafarge Holcim and our 650 employees in Maryland, I respectfully ask that you favorably report this legislation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Dietrich. This time, we're going to go back to the panel, and there are 4 members of the panel. As I call each witness, if they could please provide their testimony in 2 minutes. First, Mr. Benjamin Roush. Mr. Benjamin Roush. Okay, next, Miss Lisa.
I'm sorry. Yes, I double muted. Thank you for having me. I'm Ben Roush. I'm a principal at FSI. I'm co-chair of the AIA Baltimore Committee on the Environment, a licensed mechanical engineer, a licensed fire protection engineer, and a certified commissioning professional. I've been asked to address some misconceptions around building electrification I expect you'll hear today. And I want to be clear right up top, buildings can electrify now, typically for less money and within grid constraints. So speaking to cost first, the truth is that new construction electric buildings cost the same and sometimes less than gas buildings, and existing system replacement is a modest cost addition for most systems. Electric heat pumps cost less to operate than similar gas equipment. The electric grid has plenty of capacity for winter heating where some are limited. Projections are no added capacity until 2030. Heat pumps work in every climate in Maryland, even far western Maryland, even in a bomb cyclone or a polar vortex. Some notable examples can actually work down to temperatures far lower than what we see in Maryland. The electric grid is currently just as clean as natural gas for CO2 emissions when equipment efficiency is included, and heat pumps are already about 2.5 times less polluting than natural gas equipment, which will only improve as the grid continues to lower its carbon emissions into the 2030 targets. Last, the Energy Code can easily accommodate all electric provisions for the building heat and domestic heating. It's a simple 1-paragraph ad in both sections. Grid reliability that gets brought out. Nearly all gas equipment requires electric to operate fans and controls, does not operate in a power outage. This bill does not impact generators or kitchen equipment. It's only gas heating, space heating, and water heating. So continuing to allow natural gas buildings is going to be a disservice to future state-owned buildings, will increase utility cost over time, and really is a poor use of taxpayer funding. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Roush. Next, we have Ms. Lisa Pareto.
Hi, everyone, delegates and members of the committee. Thank you for your opportunity to provide testimony in support of House Bill 806. I am a sustainability architect, a member of the American Institute of Architects and the U.S. Green Building Council. I am a representative of a roundtable of large architecture firms across the country looking at carbon neutrality. I served as a member of the Maryland Green Building Council and I'm a Baltimore City Sustainability Commissioner. The American Institute of Architects says that climate change is a health, safety, and welfare crisis. Ignoring it undermines our professional responsibility to protect clients, communities, and Earth. Buildings account for 39% of greenhouse gas emissions in the state, and reducing building emissions is a critical component to the comprehensive climate legislation that we need. House Bill 806 requires that state buildings lead the way and lead by example. Maryland spends $210 million annually on energy-related utilities for state buildings. Building performance standards ensure that state's existing building stock is on a path to reduce energy and emissions by the state's overall targets, and will also reduce cost for the states. The all-electric provision, as Ben said, is only for new buildings to meet space and water heating without fossil fuels, and any goal of zero emissions will need to include this move away from fossil fuels. This can be done, and it is being done now. Lastly, energy efficiency is a critical link. There's reference to efficiency in all of the climate bills, and I understand amendments are being considered to require energy efficient new buildings. New buildings will be the future building stock that will need to comply with the performance standards. Energy efficiency reduces greenhouse gases, operating costs, and also reduces demand on the electric grid. Reports say it helps cut greenhouse gas emissions in half. The Maryland General Assembly notes it is the least expensive way to meet the growing electricity demands on the state. The UN climate change report from yesterday reiterates that climate change is a threat to human health and the health of the planet, but that taking action now can secure our future. I look forward to the favorable passing of this bill and its companion climate bills to secure Maryland's future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ferretta. Next, we have Mr. Chris Parks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parts with AIA Maryland, representing 2,000 architects across the state of Maryland, here in support of House Bill 806. Nearly 20 years ago, AIA was collaborating with others, asking our state legislature to lead by example and pass the high performance buildings legislation that was approved in 2008. That legislation helped put Maryland in the top 10 states in the country building green buildings, and it helped to move the needle with private development to follow suit. We know the trajectory for climate change has not improved since that time, but technology and knowledge have advanced, and I am now back here to ask for you to take another step to advance state-funded projects with this legislation toward planning buildings with zero greenhouse gas emissions. I'd like to speak to three aspects of the bill related to buildings. First is the state-funded projects are long-term owned and operated, so assessing first costs and operational costs are critical. And electrification scores on both ends. As an example, my children went to public schools in Baltimore County with a high school in 1949, a middle school in 1965, and an elementary school in 1956, all still operating and serving the community, with the youngest being 57 years old. And the older schools that these buildings replaced are still operating for the county as a senior center and offices. So decisions made now impact the emissions for the community and globally for many decades to come. Secondly, the technology is here. I am a practicing architect, and we've reviewed some of our recent work, and I've reached out to other members for feedback. In the education sector, nearly half of the schools that we've done in the region in the past 5 years have been primarily heated and cooled solely with electricity. We're building new dormitories at Morgan State University and student housing at College Park and affordable housing projects where all of the heating and cooling systems are all electric. The same practical application of building systems is being applied to and works equally well across other project types. And finally, the time is now. The state can and should lead the way proactively, as it has done with the high performance building legislation. Acting now will enable the state and jurisdictions to yield the benefits of operational savings and more efficient electric buildings. Acting within the parameters of this bill will not only document our building emissions, but it will also track our progress towards zero carbon emissions as a part of the legislative objective. House Bill 806 puts our state on a sensible path toward reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we ask for a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Parks. Next, we have Ms. Susan Miller.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Susan Miller. I'm a senior attorney with Earth Justice, but in a previous life, I worked for the Maryland Public Service Commission for 20 years, including 7 as the general counsel. I just wanted to highlight 2 issues with regard to building electrification that sometimes come up with legislators. The first is the reliability of the grid. The distribution system in Maryland should have no difficulty handling the increased load expected through successful building electrification. This is because it's important to bear in mind that this increase in electricity will be a gradual ramp up. It will not be a sudden burst. Utilities constantly and consistently plan for growth in electric usage. Moreover, Maryland's highest peak is in the summer, and building electrification will largely increase winter loads. Thus, we have a lot of headroom to work with before we even get close to our peak. Pepco DC did a study regarding electrification of DC. The study assumed 100% of light duty vehicles and 95% of buildings would be fully electrified. And Pepco DC, the Brattle Group actually did this study for them, and Pepco DC found that it would have no trouble with its current distribution system handling the increased load, which they estimated to be from 1.4% to 1.7% annually. As a matter of fact, they said they often handle more load than that, increased annual load than that. And they also noted that robust, well-designed energy efficiency program would make that increase even less. The second issue I wanted to address very quickly is the cleanliness of the PJM grid. Between 2005 and 2020, CO2 emissions rates fell 39% in PJM's footprint. Just last year, those emissions dropped 7%. I'm going to attempt to show you a chart. I hope this works. This is the chart that was prepared by PJM. I know you can't see it very well, but on this side is the emissions from 2025. And then over here is the emissions from 2020. As you can see, they've dropped drastically. We still have a ways to go, but PJM is becoming a clean grid and becoming cleaner every year. So the idea that it's beneficial electrification is not a benefit to cleaning up greenhouse gas emissions is simply incorrect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Very much appreciated. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for this panel? Delegate Kittleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no quarrel with the bill, but with the expertise here, I wonder if you could set my mind at ease. And I wonder, I'm sure you've looked at this, with the situation as it is today, how would the electric fare if anyone should decide to hack our systems and screw up our electric grid?
Well, I think what you're actually talking about there is the cybersecurity of the grid, because like everything else in the country, everything is computerized. And there's actually several federal agencies and the Public Service Commission and the utilities all work constantly to try to ensure that the protection of the grid and protection of PJM services and state services to prevent any kind of hacking and things like that. So, and that is essentially looked at constantly to make sure that whatever the most popular hack is, that the system is designed to prevent it from working.
Delegate White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question is for Ms. Miller. You say you were counsel to the Public Energy Commission, or the PN, was it P?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, the purpose of this bill obviously is to reduce carbon emissions and build facilities that are heated or operated or run by electricity that come from non-carbon based sources. Now, in Maryland, we've seen reductions in carbon emissions, but primarily those reductions in carbon emissions come from converting coal-fired plants to natural gas facilities. And we're still building natural gas facilities. And also there are people that are converting from coal furnaces and things using natural gas. But if we went to total electricity in all these buildings, the electric is produced somewhere, and obviously there are energy efficient things that require less electric than maybe burning natural gas, but you have BTUs from natural gas and coal and that sort of thing. People heat their homes with natural gas. So my concern is, we can do all these electric buildings, we can build all these electric cars, and there's some things that can't run on electricity, like maybe airplanes. And we have, unless we get to the point where we have enough solar facilities, we have enough windmills, we have enough energy come from hydroelectric, which we're not going to produce very much of anymore. Unless we get to where we have nuclear facilities that is totally green, I guess. How are we going to get to the point where we are able to run everything by electricity without carbon-based fuels.
Well, you actually hit the nail on the head with something you said. What we need is a drastic increase in renewables. We ultimately need to replace gas fuel power plants with renewable power plants. And several studies have shown that it is possible to generate 100% of the electricity usage with a mixture of different renewables, including solar, wind. The Maryland Commission just approved a very large offshore wind project. So it's kind of a 2 or 3 pronged attack to get at carbon and get at other greenhouse gases in a number of different ways. And no one way is going to achieve the objective. You're correct. That's why we need to focus on all the different methods at the same time to ensure that the ultimate result that we want, an end to greenhouse gas emissions, occurs.
Mr. Chairman, may I follow up?
I'll get Beitzel.
Yeah, we have a project out in Garrett County. I think it's a solar panel project. I forget how many kilowatts. It's over 100 or something. On 900 acres, it's going into production. In that piece of land, when those 900 acres are located, they're cutting a whole bunch of trees. In Garrett County, for example, a acre of oak trees, 50 years old, sequesters about 30,000 pounds of CO2. We cut all those trees down in the area that we're putting, say, solar panels or windmills. And windmills, we have to take about 5 acres or more to put up those windmills. And you're taking down trees that are sequestering carbon. And then with the case of the solar panels, you have impervious surfaces and you get runoff from those things. So we do all these things that we're saying we're being environmentally sound, and we don't measure what the negative impacts of these are. So in reality, can you say truthfully that what we're doing to reduce use of natural gas is completely offsetting all the negative benefits of the things that we're building for renewable energy sources?
I would hesitate to say completely with any individual project. I think what we're doing is, to a large extent, what we've adopted recently is designed to prevent just what you've said about cutting down trees to put solar. There's the community solar project, which is designed to put projects on landfills and things of that nature and rooftops. I think what we're doing is we're looking for places to put solar that don't involve the removal of trees and things like that. And I'm not going to disagree at all that we need to do a better job, but we still need to do that job, and we still need to get the solar and the wind and the offshore wind in place and that will offset natural gas emissions, which are horrendous. They actually have a larger impact than the carbon for the first 20 years they're in the atmosphere. So I definitely think, by and large, tree removal with a large solar facility still has less of an impact than the natural gas if you consider the whole supply chain plus the end use.
Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if I could just go one more follow up, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman. Okay. We're seeing, we got a real life example now, what's going over in Ukraine and Russia, and what the impact of shutting down carbon-based fuels is doing to not only the economy, I mean, what it's doing to people's lives and everything. We've seen in this country when we shut down the Keystone Pipeline and other things, what we're doing in the name of policy to shut down our energy supplies that is costing us as consumers clear across this country a whole lot of money and having really dramatic negative impact on our economy. Now, I'm not opposed to moving forward with these things, but when we set public policy that's shutting down all these sources of carbon-based fuels, that's upsetting our economy, can't we have some sort of an arrangement or agreement with the folks who are opposed to all carbon-based fuels that we recognize we're going to have to do this over time? When you look at the millions of cars on the highway, all the service stations, all the petroleum distributors and all that, can't we work together to accomplish this without upsetting our total economy and costing us as Americans millions of dollars at the pump and elsewhere?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, my organization greatly supports a just transition in retraining people for example, if you take a diesel bus and you're now having an electric bus and retraining the mechanics to be able to work on that electric bus, it all has to work hand in hand. Where you're losing jobs one way, you're gaining jobs in another place. You're gaining solar jobs, you're gaining manufacturer of electric vehicles jobs, which are a number of which are manufactured in the United States. But you're right, it all has to work together so that no one class group of workers is harmed while another one is benefited. And that's where retraining comes in and planning for this. That's why one thing we've asked for at the Public Service Commission is a gas transition proceeding, so that we can look at all that and have a transition that makes sense and that includes everyone in the benefits and doesn't leave anyone behind. And I just was going to say one thing more about the Ukraine. What the Ukraine shows actually is how dire dependence upon fossil fuel is, because the reason that happened and the reason that those countries are in the state they are in is because they are so dependent upon fossil fuels, and they would not be having such a hard time if they weren't dependent upon fossil fuels to begin with.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Thank you very much, Dr. Feitzel.
Mr. Vice Chair, could I just jump in? One quick comment. Delegate, I just wanted to make clear that this bill doesn't in any way address the sources of the power that's provided on the grid. There's no requirement that natural gas be phased out. Just talking about use in state-owned buildings or local government buildings. And Ms. Miller made a good point that aside from the climate benefits of shifting away from natural gas, you also have the pocketbook benefits. I mean, the price of the cost of natural gas has gone up about 50% to Maryland customers in the past few years. Thank you.
A question from Delegate Resnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not so much a question, just if I may, a point of privilege here.
Please.
It's actually kind of funny. In the last week, more people have mentioned the country of my birth than I have heard probably in the last, 20 years combined. So I do appreciate everyone suddenly knowing where Ukraine is and what this conflict is about. And from my perspective, the best way to cut the knees off of Russia is to move as quickly as possible to renewables. Not only will it cost us less in simply just transportation costs, much less the actual energy costs, but it will stymie the ability of countries like Russia and other oil producing countries that have often sat as our adversaries to not have the revenue that they need to be able to do the terrible things that they do. So let's look at renewables as quickly as possible in order to get through this and many other crises to come, and not suddenly use this as another tool in the toolbox to claim we should be burning more fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Resnick. We will now go back to witnesses who are signed up for testimony. Again, to all the witnesses, reminder, 2 minutes. Next, we have Max Puchel with the American Institute of Steel Construction.
We have not seen that individual enter the room.
Thank you very much. Next, we move on to Jonathan Lecoq-Neasley with Interfaith Power and Light, DC, Maryland, and Northern Virginia.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for the chance to testify. My name is Jonathan Lecoq-Neasley. I'm the Director of Faithful Advocacy for Interfaith Power and Light in DC, Maryland, and Northern Virginia. I'm speaking today in support of HB 806 because Maryland faith communities have long been taking action to green our houses of worship as a way to care for our climate and our neighbors. My organization has tracked over 30 houses of worship in Maryland that have gone solar, from Annapolis Friends Meeting and Homewood Friends Meeting in North Baltimore, to First Baptist Church of Glenarden and Greenbelt Baptist Church, to Still Meadow Community Fellowship in West Baltimore. The list goes on and on. I know that sometimes these conversations about our power sources and our heating systems can seem very dry and technical, but for these more than 30 congregations and the many more who have invested in energy efficiency or all electric appliances, conversations about green buildings are in fact conversations about how we can best care for our neighbors. In the past year, many congregations have been learning more about the danger that burning gas in our buildings poses to our health and our climate. The Sikh Spiritual Center in Rockville is one of many congregations across our region that have participated in a gas leak tagging event. Using a handheld methane leak detector, they were able to find a number of leaks in the gas network right in their own community. Sadly, this is not surprising. Just last week, my organization and our partners released a report highlighting hundreds of leaks we found in Washington, D.C.'s gas network. And there's no reason to think that D.C. or Rockville are outliers. That report echoes what similar efforts across the country have found. The gas networks beneath our streets, bringing gas to our furnaces and our water heaters, leak constantly. Our leaky gas networks are a climate catastrophe and a public health menace. Across Maryland, faith communities are starting the work of turning away from burning, choosing healthy and clean electric appliances. We call on you to join us.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Emily Scarr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Emily Scarr. I'm the director of Maryland PIRG, the state consumer advocacy group, here on behalf of Maryland PIRG and Environment Maryland in support of HB 806. We support this bill to begin our transition of public buildings from fossil fuels to cleaner, safer electric power. Maryland could see massive reductions of air pollution if it electrifies its buildings, and this bill is a great first step. As you can see in my written testimony, according to the Rocky Mountain Institute, in 2017, air pollution from burning fuels in buildings led to an estimated 600 early deaths in Maryland and $7 billion in health costs. Burning gas for water and space heating can emit a whole suite of unhealthy gases, including nitrogen, dioxide, carbon monoxide, and formaldehyde, all of which can exacerbate respiratory issues and lead to heart disease and cancer. And powering our public buildings with gas also poses a risk to our community. I think we all know that gas explosions in our communities are not rare. Since we know that we have to shift to all electric power for the health of our families and the planet over the next set of decades, the first thing we should do is to stop building new buildings with gas power. And it's important that the state leads the way with their public buildings in doing so. This will lessen the financial burden of investing in gas infrastructure that will soon be retired. As the members of the Appropriations Committee, you probably know the best way to avoid stranded investments in outdated infrastructure is to not make those investments in the first place. So we respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Kate Kerr with the Nature Conservancy.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Chang and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today in support of House Bill 806. For the record, my name is Kate Kerr and I'm representing the Maryland DC chapter of the Nature Conservancy. During the 2021 interim, I participated on the building subgroup of the Mitigation Working Group, which reports to the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. The Nature Conservancy also provided funding to support the Maryland Building Decarbonization Study, which was conducted by the consulting firm Energy and Environmental Economics. This study provided the foundation for the Building Energy Transition Plan, which aims to decarbonize buildings across the state in order to bring Maryland closer to achieving our climate goals while prioritizing cost efficiency and economic viability. House Bill 806 puts the Building Energy Transition Plan into action. Government buildings are called to take the lead on decarbonization through setting standards to achieve 50% emissions reductions by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2035. Newly constructed government buildings will be required to comply with an all-electric construction code and buildings emissions standard. Following the recent rather bleak IPCC report, it is undeniable that achieving net zero emissions economy-wide is crucial and urgent to protect the health and well-being of current and future generations. The Nature Conservancy commends Delegates Stein and Barve for confronting this reality by continuing to raise the bar for Maryland's climate commitments. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 806. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear testimony from Virgilio Barrera. Virgilio Barrera.
We have not seen Virgilio enter the room.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Cindy Smalls from ASME.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Appropriation Committee. For the record, my name is Cindy Smalls, representing ASME state and local employees. I thank you for the opportunity to weigh in support of HB 806. the building standards and emission reductions. Not only does ASME believe that making substantial changes to state and local government constructions and maintenance of buildings to reduce greenhouse and emission and make them more environmentally friendly is a good thing, but it also is a good opportunity for the state to reevaluate all the conditions of our state local government buildings. We have over the past couple of years testified before committees stressing the need for DGS and others to really take a look at our buildings and our facilities that are in dire need around the state. Our members have had to deal with several issues around mold and air ventilation systems, which have forced them sometimes to move in temporary locations, and something needs to be done about it. We thank the sponsors of this bill for bringing this bill forward. We think it's a good thing anytime we are talking about making our public buildings safe, especially for our state employees and our local government employees, is a good thing. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask for favorable support for HB 806. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimonies, Ms. Small. Next, we will hear from Ms. Diana Younts with the MLC Climate Justice Wing.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ching. My name is Diana Younts, co-chair of the Climate Justice Wing, and we are in strong support of HB 806. But my testimony today is going to focus on two important amendments. HB 806 will result in the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from new and existing public buildings, but as Delegate Stein said, it excludes schools. In contrast, the Senate counterpart of HB 806 provides a funded pilot program for net zero schools and also requires schools to be covered by the all-electric construction code for water and space heating and compliance with the International Green Construction Code. HB 806 should be amended to include those school provisions from the Senate Bill SB 528. Such provisions have a nice synergy with Delegate Corman's HB 365, disallowing state matching funds for installation of gas boilers, and with Chair McIntosh's HB 1290 that provides financial incentives for both net zero schools and for renovations of schools in our poorest communities to remediate unhealthy conditions, and that undoubtedly would result in many more schools being much more energy efficient than they are now. When combined with the school provisions of the Senate bill, we would make substantial, meaningful progress in making our schools sustainable. Indeed, as much as it may seem a bold step, but would really only be a modest further step, would be to require all new schools to be net zero or net zero ready. It has already been stated by both Delegate Stein and by our previous witnesses that it's actually cheaper to build all electric. And the three new net zero schools, Holabird and Graceland in Baltimore City and Wild Lake in Howard County, prove that they can be built at the same cost per square foot as conventional schools and have much cheaper operating costs. Further, as I've said before today in today's hearings, the Maryland Commission on Climate Change has projected that gas delivery rates will increase more than 2 to 5 times by 2045, making it critical for schools to get off gas. Schools that continue to invest.
Thank you very much. Please summarize, Ms. Younts.
Yes, if they continue to invest, they will be burdened by these increasing dramatic costs in gas delivery rates. Let's please take this opportunity to help schools surmount these hurdles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate your testimony. Next, we'll have Ms. Kim Coble with the Maryland League of Conservation Voters.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kim Coble. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. I also serve as a co-chair for the Maryland Commission on Climate Change and the co-chair of the Mitigation Work Group, which is part of the climate change, the commission. And I've appreciated the opportunity to work with Delegate Stein over the years on this important issue and applaud his leadership on this bill. I won't repeat what's been said. Electric buildings are much better for the environment, much better for the costs. What I do want to point out, though, is that this bill is fundamentally about state leadership. And in fact, I think could be titled Maryland State Climate Leadership Act. By having the state take the initiative and take the ownership of advancing state buildings to be electric, it's saying that this is an important goal for our state and we're going to be leaders in it. As Maryland is one of the most educated and well-funded wealthiest states in the country, we should be a national leader. And we applaud the bill for making that statement wide and very loudly and clearly. We have submitted written testimony with some amendments in them that mimic what's been said, so I won't repeat them, but we urge a favorable report of HB 806. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coble. Next, we heard testimony from Cecilia Plant with the Maryland Climate Partners.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cecilia Plant, and I am the co-chair of the Maryland Legislative Coalition. Our coalition represents over 30,000 constituents across Maryland, and we are here in support of HB 806. I would just like to make a few points about the bill. In order to salvage what we can of our children's future, we need to get off fossil fuels as soon as possible in every sector of our economy. This bill will start the process of requiring our state and local government buildings to be less reliant on fossil fuels by requiring new construction to be all electric, and also by specifying that building emissions from existing buildings step down over time. You will hear from many people who will tell you how important it is to do this and how manageable it is. You will also hear from people who have a fiscal interest in doing nothing and will tell you that doing anything at all will be catastrophic for our state. You may hear that the grid will not be able to handle the electrification that is being proposed, but management and expansion of the grid is an ongoing process that is planned well in advance of need. It is unbelievable to assume that the utility companies did not see all electric construction coming when it is not at all a new concept and has been happening in small scale for years. You may hear that building emission requirements are onerous and the step down in emissions is too fast. Given what we are doing right now is nothing to reduce building emissions, and that any requirements that are set will have pushback, it makes sense that the step down requirements are supportive of the findings of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. There is also the argument about putting all of our eggs in the same basket, so that we should have a mix of gas and electric in case the grid goes down. Gas infrastructure requires electricity to work, so there is no new risk with more electrification.
Thank you, Ms. Plant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next, we have testimony from Josh Tolkien, Maryland Sierra Club.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Josh Tolkien. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, we urge a favorable report with amendments. I'm going to be speaking quickly. In our packets, you will see our recommended amendments. While we believe this bill takes a critical first step at moving our new state buildings and existing state buildings, we urge that the standard incorporate more of those buildings and a more aggressive timeline. We know the changes that we need to make. It is time to make those changes as holistically as possible. But I want to spend my time today actually addressing some of the concerns that you're likely to hear later in the hearing that we've heard in earlier hearings. These recommendations, the legislation is based on the recommendations of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. This is not a radical body. It's created by the General Assembly. It has appointees from the Hogan administration. It is run by Secretary Ben Grumbles. So if you hear arguments that make it sound like their proposals are somehow going to make the sky fall, ask yourself if that is truly plausible given the very moderate body that made these recommendations. You will hear at some point that we need more time to study. The gas utilities have known about this recommendation in this direction for over 3 years. PEPCO DC did a study, as recommended earlier, on its own timeline. Washington Gas and BG&E are likely to say that they have not had time to do some modeling, which is probably something they can do quite quickly. So what have they been doing with their time? In the last 2 years, BG&E proposed a program called Pay It Forward, where they would try to get existing gas users to pay to bring more users into the gas system. Washington Gas included propaganda pieces in their mailing to all of their consumers, lauding how gas was lower in greenhouse gas pollution than other options, in direct contradiction of the recommendations on climate change. So as we engage in this process, if somebody says, I support decarbonization, it is important to dig in and ask precisely how they've acted on that You have the experts and the recommendations of the commission, and I urge the body to look closely at those experts and those details. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tolkien. Next, we'll hear testimony from Donald Goldberg, Climate Law and Policy Project.
I have not seen Donald Goldberg enter the room.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wareheim. Next, we'll move on to testimony from Ellen Valentino, unfavorable.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors and the Mid-Atlantic Propane Dealers, specifically, to talk about the requirement in the bill that requires new construction tied to state funding dollars to be all electric. And I just to give you a moment, it's not just state building. It'll probably be low-income housing, jails, a number of things that I think you need to take into consideration. Specifically, we think this is a mistake. We think it's unfair and it's unsafe. What happens when the lights do go out? And I think that's a valid question that people need to deliberate on. And when the lights do go out, there needs to be backup fuel. And that includes heat oil and propane as well, and natural gas. It's critical that Maryland retain a diverse energy policy. We see how important that is right now and across the state, and not just build a policy that relies on one sole source energy, and that's electricity. And there is not enough information. We did attend, and I did attend those climate change commissions, and I objected at a number of levels. There was a vacuum of information, particularly when it comes to today's grid. It's important to know that large users today have to have backup fuel. It's called interruptibles. The electric companies and the natural gas companies put large users, hospitals and these on what's called interruptibles, and they have to be backed up for fuel. That's happening now because the grid capacity, oftentimes when it's real cold, cannot sustain it. I guess in short, because I know my time is up, we do think, regardless of age and income, family, where you live geographically, that you're entitled to be warm in the winter and you're entitled to be cool in the summer. And heat pumps will fail. That requirement, particularly when the temperature drops below 30 below. Heat pumps need backup fuel. That's propane, heat oil, and natural gas. So with that, I'll answer any questions. But again, I think this is a bridge too far right now without the proper information. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we'll hear testimony from Jeffrey Guido, Baltimore, DC Building Trades Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Jeff Guido with the Baltimore DC Building Trades Council. We're opposed to House Bill 806, not so much for what's in the bill, but what's been left out of it. As Maryland is intent on moving forward on the renewable energies, they need to provide the labor standards. There was talk about having transitioning into these good jobs, but traditionally solar and wind has not paid the same family sustaining wages as natural gas, fuel, nuclear, and coal. We want the standards to be, prevailing wages with benefits, contractors that have not had any violations of the federal or state wage laws for 3 years, and an establishment of a plan for outreach and recruitment of Maryland's residents in the poor, underserved areas of the state. And the building trades, our international unions, have been members of the Blue-Green Alliance since 2006 in conjunction with the Sierra Club. All of our apprenticeship programs teach renewable energy construction, sod roofs, thermal pane windows, geothermal, rainwater catchment systems, including solar and wind. And for that reason, we have to be opposed to the bill. We ask for an unfavorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear testimony from Robert Parley, Birch Oil and Propane.
We also have not had Robert Parley enter the room.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations
Ma'am, I'm in the room.
Mr. Parley?
Yes, I'm in the room.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Bobby Parlett. I work for Birch Oil and Birch Propane. I'm a board member on NORA, which is the National Oil Heat Research Alliance. We respectfully oppose this bill as it's written. The major concern that we have in the bill is for an all-electrical construction code, and it establishes basically, and it equates to a ban on fossil fuels. The electrification bill, was kind of brought out through the Sierra Club and the Maryland Climate Change Commission, which assumed there'd be no reduction in the carbon footprint for heating oil and propane specifically. This is simply not accurate. We would hope that the members of this committee will consider the changes that are happening in the heating oil and the propane industry. Electrification is not the only answer to greenhouse gas reduction. Biofuels can be part of that solution. Bioheating oil is a bioproduct like soybean, camellia, and animal fats with, combining it with heating oil. A B20 blend is currently being used throughout the Northeast, and studies are underway right now with a B100 blend that would be carbon neutral, renewable, and would use no fossil fuel whatsoever. A renewable propane is being, that was recently, a refinery was opened in Bakersfield, California. It processes up to 15,000 barrels of renewable liquid propane and called biopropane at this point. It's got an 80% lower carbon footprint than the current propane, and it is chemically identical to today's propane. The crops that use these biofuels can actually be grown throughout farms in the state of Maryland. It would create a number of green collar jobs, and we could even build a biorefinery in the state of Maryland with the use of the Build Back Better Act funds that are available to actually increase the amount of infrastructure that we have in place for these particular types of fuels. There's $960 million set aside in Build Back Better to upgrade distribution facilities to handle biofuels. That's not been considered by this committee. And it's a disservice to the community that we're going to create these rules without even taking that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for any of the witnesses? Delegate Novak.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a quick question. So if this bill actually moves forward, I'm assuming it also affects every operation within that building. So for example, if there is a kitchen, the way the kitchen would actually work, it would be all electric kitchens. And I'm just wondering whether or not, the intent of the bill is actually to make it so that the government tells us how we can cook our eggs for breakfast or, steak for dinner in the afternoons. I didn't know if you all had an opinion on that, whether or not you personally cook on electric appliances or have natural gas or some other type of.
I do have an opinion on that. I personally don't do much cooking. My husband does, but I appreciate that. He uses propane and loves it, wouldn't go back to electric. But the proponents, even in this committee, but in other committees, there's several bills out there that it's important to keep your eye on, say that it doesn't impact cooking. But in retrospect, if you take a moment, it actually very much does, because if a building is all electric, it becomes cost prohibitive. It's almost a distinction without a difference. How can you bring, a gas pipe in there just so a family could cook off of natural gas if they wanted to? Can it be done? Yes. Is it cost prohibitive? It does. So it's our opinion that even though the bill tries to be narrow with respect to it just affects heating units or heating water, we think very much so it throws a curtain down on cooking, and are prepared to make that case. It absolutely would be a cost prohibition in many respects.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Are there any other questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for any of the witnesses? Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for the Vice Chair, for the other Vice Chair, Delegate Stein. Thank you for bringing the bill. Just to clarify, I want to make sure that I understand the right bill, because I spent a lot of time in E&T last week waiting for a bill hearing. This bill only applies to buildings, government buildings funded by the state government, correct?
That's right. And local government buildings, the construction costs of which have 50% of those construction costs were provided by the state.
So just to be clear, we're not coming into anybody's house and taking away their gas stove with this bill, correct?
You're absolutely correct.
Thank you, Delegate Stein. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Solomon. Are there any other questions from members of the committee for the witnesses? Seeing none, thank you so much, everyone, for participating in House Bill 806. That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 806. We'll next move to House Bill 930, which is also sponsored by Delegate Stein. It's Senator William H. Amos Fire, Rescue and Ambulance Funds, Property Acquisition and Construction of Facilities.
Well, it's frustrating.
Vice Chair, thank you so much for being here. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. This bill deals with eligible expenses under the Amos Fund, which was created to financially assist the Maryland Fire Rescue and Emergency Medical Services departments on an annual basis. Now, one of the allowed purposes of the fund is to acquire land that is adjacent to an existing fire rescue or ambulance facility for the purpose of rehabilitating that facility. This bill would expand that authority to allow fire companies to purchase land that is not adjacent to present property in which a firehouse now sits and make improvements or to build a firehouse on property not adjacent to present property in which a firehouse sits. This is needed in case two fire companies want to combine and build a new facility between their present locations. So this bill would allow that to happen, while in contrast, the current language does not. I do want to note the Maryland Fire EMS Coalition supports this bill. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor? We have testimony today from Joel McCree with the Maryland State Firemen's Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, my name is Joel McCrane. I'm president of the Maryland State Firefighters Association. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 930, sponsored by Delegate Stein. As stated, the bill is concerning the use of the Senator William H. Amos Fire Rescue and Ambulance Funds for the purchase and construction of fire rescue and ambulance facilities. As stated, currently this fund, under this fund, state money provided by this fund can be used in part to acquire land that is adjacent to existing fire rescue and ambulance facilities. The amendment to this bill would remove the requirement of the land to be adjacent to the existing facility. We are seeing more and more volunteer stations that have been in existence for many years at their current location, but are now in need of more modern and larger facilities. Fire equipment has evolved over the years, and requirements to meet current safety standards have created the need for more space. However, there are stations that are in locations where they cannot expand. I'm aware of stations in Baltimore, Montgomery, Allegheny, and Garrett counties that are in this situation, but are currently unable to move forward with construction of a new station. Also, as stated, we are seeing more volunteer companies that have merged to improve operating efficiencies, response rates, and provide for the survival of the volunteer service. However, in order to provide the most efficient response to their new service areas, which was created by the combined companies, a new station would need to be established at a location central to the new service area. This relatively minor amendment would provide much flexibility in the distribution of these funds to assist the volunteer companies to better serve the community and meet the needs of the first responders. I'd like to point out that this amendment does not have a fiscal impact, as it is only allowing the jurisdictions flexibility in the distribution of existing funds. As noted, this bill has the support of the Maryland Fire EMS Coalition, which is chaired by Delegate Holmes. I therefore request a favorable report, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cray, for your testimony, for being here. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the bill sponsor or for the witness? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 930. Thank you very much for being here. The committee will now move on to House Bill 729, Delegate Solomon, facilitating university transformations by unifying reductions in emissions of Futures Act. Delegate Solomon, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And sorry for the mouthful. We call it the Future Act. It's a little easier, rolls off the tongue. Thank you, colleagues, for being here and for the honor of getting to present this bill again. For the record, Delegate Jared Solomon, and this bill actually dovetails really well with the conversation that we just had with Delegate Stein's bill. The long and short of it is this bill would actually basically set out a big goal for our university system, or all of our public universities. It would set out the goal that all public schools, all public colleges and universities in the state would need to be carbon neutral by 2035. We lay out goals along the way. You may remember we brought this bill before the committee last year. Just very quickly, by 2025, essentially the schools would need to reach carbon neutrality on any power that's generated on campus or any power that's purchased. They could do that by using offsets. And then by 2035, the university system and public schools would be required to reach carbon neutrality on sort of ancillary things along the way, like commuting or air travel that's taken by members of their staff. Our flagship school, College Park, has already committed to this goal, full carbon neutrality by 2025. So we feel like we are well on our way there. And I think what's really important about this bill is, again, it dovetails really well with the larger climate work and climate policies that the state is looking to set out in a whole variety of ways. So if you look at the fiscal note, a lot of the things that are built in there are things that the system may be required to do under other pieces of legislation, many of which are actually outside of this committee, things like vehicle electrification. We obviously just heard about building standards and other things like that. The final piece that I want to mention before I turn it over to the folks who are with us here today is really, it's an honor to get to present this bill because this was really written and generated by our incredible students from across the university system, and a number of them are here today. But what's really incredible is that these are students who are not only born and raised, many of them in Maryland, but they are studying the issues that are addressed in this bill. So they are using the phenomenal education that they're getting from our university system to make sure that the policies that our state are administering represent their interests and are following the science. And so this bill was written by students in partnership, frankly, with the university system. We spent a lot of time talking, a lot of time trying to come up with some creative solutions for some of the costs we know that are going to be associated with this in the long term. But the policy that's in here is really sound. And I know they're not here to join us today, but I do want to recognize the university system for being, frankly, a great partner in putting this bill together. We've made some tweaks from the bill that we first introduced last year, but they've been with us every step of the way, as well as with our student leaders. And the final piece that I will mention before I turn it over is we've got an incredibly robust coalition representing over 70 groups who've signed on in support of this legislation from literally every corner of the state, from every campus of the state, from staff, faculty, students, to support groups as well. So would urge a favorable report. Again, we're working on some of the creative issues around some of the costs that may be associated with it, and really happy to turn it over to the leaders that we have with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Solomon. Are there any questions at this time for the bill sponsor? Delegate Beitzel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Solomon. It's a aggressive goal, and so not one that I am not totally opposed to, but I just have some concerns and I have questions. Just listen to your testimony. Are you saying that you want all of our universities or our schools of higher education to have a policy where there's no carbon-based energy whatsoever affiliated with operating those universities or having anything to do with anything that's on those universities, like a car that's run by gasoline or a bus that's not ran by electricity? Explain to me what it is that, fully explain what you want it is that what you mean by this bill that you'd like to accomplish.
Yeah, well, thanks for the question, Delegate. You frankly, you touched on it. You're exactly right. We hope to transition eventually to fully electric, non-polluting vehicles, whether it be typical sedans or bus fleet or other light duty trucks. And again, this is where the state is moving. Obviously, we're in the process of electrifying the entire state bus fleet. Through the MTA, Metro is doing the same thing in the DC region. So we think we're well in line. And again, there's several other bills, under consideration, in other committees that would do this writ large for the entire state fleet. We know this won't happen overnight. We had this conversation on the previous bill, which is why the universities can actually use offsets to meet their carbon neutrality goals up until 2055 under the bill. We know it's not going to happen. We're not telling the university system that tomorrow they need to turn all their buildings off and figure out a way to completely radically redo their energy systems. We know this is going to require a transition. But I think as you'll hear from some of the students who are going to testify today, I didn't get into a lot of the stats around how climate change is impacting Maryland, but really don't have any time to waste. And frankly, I think the one thing I didn't mention in my testimony is there's poll after poll after poll that says that college students, when they're looking for a school to attend, rank environmental and sustainability goals as one of their top criteria. So I actually think this big goal and I think the broader commitment that we're hopeful, I think that the state government is going to make towards sustainability will really make the university system and our public schools, frankly, a beacon and a real leader, not only in the United States, but around the world, and will make it, I think, far easier to attract students. We'll bring people, again, coming to Maryland because they feel like the university system is really embracing the next generation of college students' big goals of sustainability and environmentalism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Solomon. I think I just want to make sure that I understand what the total impact of what you're proposing to do here is, and what you visualize what it will do, and hope you're successful. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you very much, Delegate Beitzel. Thank you very much, Delegate Solomon. This afternoon, we have several students who are joining us today to be part of this conversation and action in democracy. First, we have Donald Dawes. He's with Mary Perg Student Climate Action Coalition. 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for having me today. My name is Donald D. Alwis. I'm a medical student at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. I'm also a national board member of Medical Students for a Sustainable Future, and I'm here in support of the Future Act. So I'll confer 2 main points today. First, that the Future Act can reduce the health burden of fossil fuel combustion in Maryland. And second, that the cost of inaction are significant. So point 1, the Future Act will help the university system of Maryland continue to reduce reliance on fossil fuel derived energy. And to put the human health harms into perspective, I spent my first few weeks as a medical student in a human anatomy lab, and on the lungs of almost every single donor in our lab was sickly black spots. Now, our donors were not all smokers. Many of them developed these black lung spots as a byproduct of breathing in years of toxic air pollution. This is the human cost of dirty energy. And it is hypocritical for my university to continue to pollute the lungs of community members that it strives to protect. Asthma rates in Baltimore's children are over 30% higher than the national average, and air pollution is a known contributor, particularly for children of color. Health professionals need an upstream solution, and that is why the Future Act is so important. My second point is that the cost of sitting on our hands is immense. Nationally, the annual health-related cost in dollars of air pollution are approximated in the tens to hundreds of billions of dollars, and again, that's annually. The Future Act will help USM accelerate emissions reductions, and given the scale of USM operations, this may mean considerable health benefits and potential health-related cost savings to Marylanders breathing cleaner air. In conclusion, this bill is saving lives, reduces air pollution-related healthcare costs, and will inspire a generation of students to become climate action change makers. Thank you for your time, and I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much for being here and your testimony. Next, we'll hear testimony from Reese Barrett, who's also with Mary Perg Student Climate Action Coalition.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Chang and delegates of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Reese Barrett, and I'm a very proud Marylander. I was born in Annapolis and have spent my entire life on the Severn River, crabbing and water skiing and rafting up on the 4th of July. My family is built on the foundation of sharing time outdoors, and I know a lot of you can say the same. I'm currently a junior at the University of Maryland, and I'm majoring in chemical engineering. I graduated as valedictorian from Severna Park High School in Anne Arundel County, and I'm now a straight A student and recipient of both the Banneker Key Full Merit Scholarship and the Halling Scholarship. I do research on campus because I plan to earn a PhD and work as a professor. I've also dedicated hours and hours to climate activism and the Future Act, building a coalition that spans from UMD to UMBC to Frostburg to UMES and everything in between, because I don't feel as if I have a choice. I came to this hearing straight from an exam on chemical separations. I'm skipping class right now, and I have another exam on heat and mass transfer tomorrow, as well as biochemistry next week. That's on top of all of the other responsibilities I have as a student, a friend, a sister, a daughter, and a granddaughter. I really don't have the time to be here, and I shouldn't have to be, but I am, because the climate crisis threatens everything I hold dear. In Maryland, sea level is rising faster than average because our land is also sinking. Communities around the state, including my home in Annapolis, are facing more frequent and severe flooding and storms. Warmer water temperatures cause algal blooms and dead zones, which harm our beloved Chesapeake. I'm scared that my hometown will be underwater and my river will be dead before I have the opportunity to share them with my children. Taking action is not easy or cheap, but what is the cost of inaction? Economists say that it's $51 per ton of CO2 emissions. Our universities are in the perfect position to be leaders on this issue for a small fraction of that price. Schools represent both their own researchers who are at the forefront of climate science and also their students who are spending tens of thousands of dollars on tuition. I cannot explain how disappointing and tragic it is that I'm testifying today. The science is clear. When you fail to act, you're failing me and you're failing your own descendants for generations to come. Who do you want to be remembered as? I hope you choose to leave a legacy telling your children and grandchildren that you love them enough to protect the planet they will inherit. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barrett, for taking time out of your studies to be here today. Very much appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Joshua Kurtz with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Chang and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today to testify in support of HB 729, the Future Act. For the record, I'm Josh Kurtz with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and we're supporting this legislation for several reasons. One, I think really this is an opportunity for leadership in the state of Maryland and the leadership for the next generation of Maryland leaders. I mean, we're seeing the incredible students that are supporting this bill, and this transition happening at the university system is a great opportunity for learning, for hands-on learning. When you look at innovation across many different sectors, it comes out of our university systems. These students will be a part of this transition that they can then take and move into other sectors. When we look at the some of the competitiveness, which with Delegate Solomon touched on, when we look at jobs in the sustainability space, they are a rapidly growing sector. So what these students are learning at the university through the transition to this decarbonized future, they can then take and export to other businesses and make them competitive in the jobs field. And last, the offset provision. The offset projects that this could go to serve multiple benefits. They could be planting trees, restoring wetlands that are pulling carbon out of the air while also cleaning the water and providing air quality benefits for local communities. So when you look at this bill in aggregate, it's a very strong bill, and I urge a favorable report on it. Thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurtz, for being here. Next, we'll hear testimony from Nivita Mariappan, UMBC Resident Student Association. Nivita Mariappan.
I do not see her in the room.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burheim. Next, we have Ms. Emma Green, Maryland PIRG Student Climate Action Coalition.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Emma Green, and I am in support of HB 729. I'm a master's student at the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science and a campus delegate for the Mary PIRG Student Climate Action Coalition. I lived in Bowie for the first 23 years of my life, and my family was very involved in local politics. I was taught from an early age that politicians are public servants there to make our lives better. But when I can't get to my lab on Solomon's Island because of sunny day flooding, it is clear that our government is not fulfilling its function. I want to explain how. The average age of a member of the Maryland General Assembly is 54. While the median age of a University System of Maryland undergraduate is 21. When you all were 21, it was 1989. In Annapolis, the average temperature was around 57 degrees with 21 days above 90 and only 2 days of high tide flooding. Today, when we are 21, our world already looks different, and it will look even more different when we are 54. It will be 2056, and using an average of the middle of the road projection scenarios, it will be 2.7 degrees warmer than when we were born, and sea level will be around half a meter higher. There will be ice-free summers in the Arctic, twice as many days above 90, and high tide flooding for 180 days of the year in Annapolis. How about when our children are 54 in 2084? The temperature could be 5.4 degrees warmer than 2056, and high tide flooding in Annapolis could occur for about 292 days of the year. That's 80% of the year. If my children decided to live in Southern Maryland like I do now, their climate would be more like Farmers Branch, Texas than the Southern Maryland that I know. The University System of Maryland is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the state. This needs to change, and the Future Act is that change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Green, for being here. Next, we have from Oakland Mills High School Climate Activism Club, Ms. Margaret Cato.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair McIntosh and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Margaret Cato, and I'm here to support the Future Act on behalf of the Oakland Mills High School Climate Activism Club. My peers and I would like to emphasize the value this bill has to our generation. We know that the world we're graduating into is dying. It's frankly scary looking at the maps of Maryland's coastline disappearing and the increasing floods and hurricanes. I can't help but wonder if the generation after mine is even going to have a world to live in. We must take action now. And while the Future Act's carbon neutrality is essential in preventing further environmental damage, we want to draw attention to its provisions for students themselves. I know firsthand that for my fellow students, climate change is a faceless threat that looms inevitably on the horizon but seems impossible to touch. What's the point of trying to fix it if our actions are too small to have any effect? By establishing and strengthening university offices of sustainability, this bill will cultivate a generation of students who are capable of handling this overwhelming crisis. It's past the point of mitigation. We need to adapt and grow to face the challenges climate change has posed. We need politicians to advocate on behalf of the environment, scientists to develop methods of food production to support those facing climate food insecurity, teachers and engineers and journalists, and simply people who are entering the world and willing and equipped to fight for the planet. Just as the Future Act's goals provide a concrete way for Maryland's universities to reduce their impact on global warming, the offices of sustainability it will establish will provide students with concrete ways to preserve their futures. This hope in higher education is essential. My peers and I look into the future and it's dark. We need these resources after we graduate. We need to see that there's a future for us. I respectfully urge your committee to return a favorable report on the Future Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cato. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for the witnesses? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 729. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1030, which is sponsored by the Appropriations Committee member, Delegate Smith, Maryland Higher Education Commission Procedures, Alterations. Delegate Smith, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Delegate Stephanie Smith, and I'm here to present House Bill 1030. Greetings to my fellow Appropriations Committee members. This is a very simple bill that just does a couple of things. One of the important things it does is by April 15th of every year, the Office of Student Financial Assistance within MHEC would send notification to each individual who applied for the Delegate Howard P. Rawlings Educational Excellence Award, referred to as EEA, indicating whether or not that student is a recipient of the award and, if applicable, the amount of the award that they received. Additionally, it puts additional requirements for the Maryland Higher Education Commission to ensure that the public is fully able to observe its work by requiring that all of their public meetings be made available via live streaming, and that after those meetings, there be publicly available an unedited archive of those videos for 5 years after the date of the taping, for a minimum of 5 years after the date of the taping. And then the last thing that this bill would do by small oral amendment is to make sure that the Maryland Higher Education Commission also updates its policies and procedures to enable the promised scholarship to meet the same date of April 15th outlined in this bill in terms of proper communication to applicants. So that is the quick and dirty version of this bill. It's a very simple bill, as I mentioned, and since much of what will be needed to live stream and so forth are already part of the program with MHAC. This also is something that can largely be absorbed into the programming dollars that they already receive. So without further ado, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee, for hearing House Bill 1030, and I do hope for a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Delegate Smith, for presenting the bill. We also have several witnesses here who are supporting the bill. We have first Joseph Fisher with First Generation College Bound. How about DeWitt Lima with University of
Mr.
Maryland?
Vice Chair, Joe Fisher is here. He's just.
I'm sorry. I was on mute. Sorry, Vice Chair.
That's okay.
Okay, thanks. Here once again, and good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the member delegates. I am writing, I've written a written support testimony as well as a member, CEO of First Generation College Bound, as well as the chair of the Alliance for College Affordability and Equity, in support of HB 30 filed by Delegate Stephanie Smith. FGCB and members of the Alliance have extensive experience over the years providing service to students, especially students of poverty with limited resources in schools and communities. While we are supportive of an earlier notification of state financial aid due to college decision day, which is May 1st, we have concerns that some GA grant students will not be awarded if this change is enacted. While the bill requires MHEC to notify students by April 15th or sooner of their EA or GA financial aid awards, many GA students or applicants who are in the process may not be awarded because the date reduces the amount of time to be processed. This also includes students who are being renewed for the GA grant. It is also important to note that students who are in college being renewed are not notified until the summertime. So it's important that the infrastructure of the colleges are in place so that they will get the communication to, in terms of credits needed for their grant to be renewed. And so I say this to say that if all funds are dispersed before April 15th as a result, many GA grants may be waitlisted or not funded. Recognizing this need, I am requesting that the bill be amended to set aside funds for students who submit their documents on time or are being renewed so they can have funds to be retained in college and continue their education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. Next, we hear from Dawit Lima with the University of Maryland.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, my name is Dawit Lima. I am the Director of Student Financial Aid at the University of Maryland College Park. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1030. The National Enrollment Confirmation deadline for newly admitted high school seniors to decide where they will attend college is May 1st. Students and families need to know the type and amount of financial aid available to them before the enrollment confirmation deadline in order to make an informed decision. Eligible students can complete the free application for federal student aid, the FAFSA, starting October 1st each year, allowing students to apply and receive financial aid earlier. Students with high financial need and who are eligible for the need-based Delegate Howard P. Rawlings Educational Excellence Award are currently asked to make enrollment decisions without the full knowledge of financial aid funding available to them. Some eligible students who are notified of their Rawlings Award after the May 1st enrollment confirmation deadline may choose to not enroll in college at all. So moving the notification deadline to April 15 would be highly beneficial to our eligible Maryland high school students and help their families make a better informed decision on where to attend college. Thank you for your consideration on HB 1030, and we'll request a favorable report.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear testimony from Peter Iwu, first generation college fan.
I do not see Peter Iwu.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Jennifer Kovehi, the College Bound Foundation.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak on House Bill 1030. My name is Jennifer Kovahay. I am the Director of College Success with College Bound Foundation in Baltimore City, an alumna of the program. Currently, MHEC notifies all Delegate Rowland awardees by May 1st. These awards range from $3,000 to $19,300, with Maryland private colleges matching the $19,300 grant, totaling $38,600 for private colleges. It would be extremely beneficial to students to change the notification date to April 15th for these two reasons. First, the date change would help our students make the best financial decision by the May 1st. That's the current notification date. It's also National College Decision Day, the date in which students must commit to colleges. Learning about the Delegate Rowlands Award on the same day as Decision Day does not allow students enough time to compare their financial aid packages between Maryland public and private colleges. Second, May 1st is when most colleges require students to pay enrollment and housing deposits, which can be burdensome for families with limited financial means. But if a student wins the Rowlands Guaranteed Access Grant, the student can request the fees to be waived. Currently, with the May 1st deadline, students learn of their award and have to request a waiver the same day, which isn't enough time for colleges to approve. Therefore, a student may miss out on their top college choice in housing. Moving the date to April 15th will allow families additional time to request a waiver for enrollment in housing. For these two reasons, I ask for you to vote in favor of House Bill 1030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kovehi. Next, we have testimony from Gerson Vasquez, first generation college fan.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerson Vasquez. I was born in El Salvador. I came to America by myself when I was 16 years old. For my senior year of high school, I was living at my aunt's house and with my friend from church. In about 2 years, I will get my green card, but right now I'm still undocumented, and this has made it hard to get financial aid. I learned about college Ncadd and the MISA from people at CASA. I was happy to learn that I might get money from college, but as we start the process, I saw my opportunities close before my eyes. Why? They were asking me for 3 years of taxes from my legal guardian, but unfortunately, my aunt was not really my legal guardian. There was a second option. I had to present 3 years of taxes done by me, but why would a kid like me have 3 years of taxes? But this didn't stop me. I filed 3 years of back taxes. Then I had to get a document to show that I was a homeless from my high school. The English in the FAFSA was also complicated, and that's why I had to get help from many people. Thankfully, I got the guaranteed access grant for my first 2 years of college, and now I have a 3-point GPA at Montgomery College. But I know so many classmates who were just like me, who don't have this opportunity because they don't know how to do paperwork. We need to make process that is easy for those students who are in the same place as I was 2 years ago. I wish more undocumented students could have the same opportunity as we, and I hope that you can change the regulation to make this process easy for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gerson Vasquez, for being here. We very much appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Alma Felix with Collegiate Directions Incorporated.
I do not see Alma Felix in the room.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wareheim. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for the bill's sponsor or for these witnesses? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 1030. The committee will now move on to House Bill 907. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present House Bill 907. As Marylanders, we have a lot to be proud of. And one of the most important aspects of our state is our healthcare system. Maryland has one of the best and admired healthcare systems in the world. University of Maryland Medical System, and also the University of Maryland School of Medicine. They are inextricable, they are symbiotic, and they are an important vital component of the world-class healthcare system that we do have. What House Bill 907 does, it allows an exemption within the state ethics laws to allow employees of the University of Maryland Baltimore campus to be able to raise funds and help support the University of Maryland Medical Center. It's important to do this. The reason why is because each and every session we make important investments in the healthcare system of our state. We support many of the projects that are in the healthcare system, specifically with the University of Maryland Medical Center and also with the University of Maryland School of Medicine. And what the bill will allow the employees to do is to raise those needed funds to help us become and stay world-class. There are about 24 other institutions all across the United States who do this, who allow the employees to be able to raise funds. And they are really setting a path forward with regards to patient care, research, and education. And those three components are so important for us to be able to have the best healthcare quality in our state and also in our country. I want to give you another fine example that we all can be proud of. 97% of the most critically injured, severely ill, when they go to the University of Maryland shock trauma by medevac or by ambulance, they have a 97% chance of walking out the front door and going back home to their families. That is the important investments that we have done. And that's why it's critical to continue to allow the employees and the institution to raise the much needed funds to help with patient care, to help with research, to help with education. I want to also give another story and share another story about what this committee did and what this committee heard. In the fall of 2019, prior to the pandemic, this committee did a site visit, and thank you to Chairwoman McIntosh and the staff of the Appropriations Committee. And we visited the medical center, and we were in the neonatal ICU hall, and a story was shared about a young immigrant family who came over here in the mid-70s. And they had a child, and that child was born with the congenital heart defect. And they came to the University of Maryland Medical Center, working with doctors at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. That child received several heart surgeries to repair tetralogy Fallot. It's a condition where the heart valve is leaking and there's a hole in the heart. But because of the talented doctors at the School of Medicine and the University of Maryland Medical Center, that child was eventually able to become an adult. And back then, that child would have a heart monitor. It was about the size of a boombox. And that child would carry that monitor on the child's side. But now technology has ever increased, where now the technology is an iWatch to be able to gather the same kind of cardiac data. But now the child is an adult, and the adult now goes for regular checkups and annual consultations with the hospital. And those cardiologists are part of the University of Maryland School of Medicine and also with the University of Maryland Medical Center. And because of those talented doctors from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and now is the reason why this bill sponsor is very appreciative. It's an honor to present this bill. And it's personal. And I know firsthand about the synergy and the collaboration what the School of Medicine and University of Maryland Medical Center can do together. And it's a great honor to be able to now lead this panel and pass it on to some of the most inspiring and talented and just visionary people in our state. And that's going to be the Dean of the University of Maryland School of Medicine, Dr. Albert Reese, who has been the Dean of the School of Medicine for 15 years. And will be stepping back from the capacity, but he will still be over at the School of Medicine. And also former Chancellor Britt Kerwin, so, as we all know, who has done so many different initiatives across the state and leading it. And also Dr. Berta Malley, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the University of Maryland Medical Center. And also Miss Dean Mary Potune, who is the Dean at the School of Medicine. So thank you very much. I very much appreciate the committee's consideration on this bill. Thank you. Delegate Alcivar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you. Just very, very, very moving. Thank you. Move the bill.
Thank you, Delegate Alcivar. Appreciate it. Dr. Reese, if you'd like to start off. Dean Reese.
Thank you, Delegate Chang, and thank you, Chair McIntosh, for the opportunity that I have to testify today on behalf of House Bill 907. For the record, I am Dr. E. Albert Reese, the Executive Vice President at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, and Dean of the School of Medicine. As you know, the School of Medicine, and as was so eloquently said by Delegate Chang, and the University of Maryland Medical Center are linked together in law. It was in 1984 that the Maryland General Assembly passed legislation that created the University of Maryland Medical System Corporation as a separate entity from the University of Maryland, Baltimore. at the same time assuring a compatible and a mutually beneficial relationship with the university. In particular, the law requires the University of Maryland Medical Center to coordinate, coordinate with the university fundraising efforts, including all medical system corporation campaigns, solicitations for private gifts and proposals for private or federal grants, unquote. However, under the General Provisions Article, Section 5505 and 5506 of the State Ethics Law, University of Maryland, Baltimore employees are not allowed to solicit private gifts and proposals on behalf of a private nonprofit entity, such as the University of Maryland Medical Center. The University of Maryland, Baltimore is now seeking an exemption to Section 5505 and 5506 of the State Ethics Law in the General Provisions Article. This exemption would allow the university employees to work as fundraisers seeking support for projects for both the medical center and the School of Medicine. In the academic fundraising world, both the medical school and the hospital are increasingly working collaboratively in a joint fundraising model. That has become the standard. This exemption that we seek today would align the current best practices for grateful patient fundraising with other institutions across the country. It'll also position major fundraising officers to work more collaboratively and to do so with grateful patients on behalf of both the medical center and the School of Medicine. It was in March of this year, of 2021 actually, that I asked Chancellor Kerwin, who, as you know, is a member of both the University of Maryland Medical Center Board and also the School of Medicine Board of Visitors, to take on a task force along with a consulting firm to explore fundraising best practices among like institutions nationwide. I'll suffice it to say that his report that he presented, the results were most compelling and really is serving as a catalyst for our request today. I'd really like to ask Chancellor Kerwin to briefly explain the results of these compelling results that he shared with me at the conclusion of his study. Chancellor Kerwin.
Britt, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Got it. I got it. I'm sorry. Apologies. Thank you, Dean Reese, and thank you, members of the committee, for giving me a few moments to talk to you about the importance of this bill. Let me say at the outset that we understand the rationale for the general restriction on state employees raising money for non-state entities. But we hope you will agree that an exemption should be made in the case of the School of Medicine and the University of Maryland Medical Center because of their incredibly tight connection and their need to work together in such a synergistic way. So as the dean noted, he asked me to do this study of fundraising for the School of Medicine and benchmark our school and hospital fundraising efforts against other major academic medical centers. What we did is we took 8 such centers around the country where the hospital and the School of Medicine reported to different boards. So they were in different structures. But in all of these cases, and these included, for example, the University of Pittsburgh and the University of Wisconsin, in all of these cases, they had joint fundraising. The hospital and the School of Medicine had a single operation for fundraising. And unlike what we have in Maryland, where the School of Medicine and the University of Maryland Medical Center, in large part because of this law, have to have independent fundraising operations. What we learned is that we are raising some $30 to $40 million a year less than these other academic medical centers. Now you might say, why is this the case? It's because this artificial separation of fundraising efforts produces great inefficiencies. First, since we have independent fundraising operations, we have to have duplicate efforts for gift and grant accounting, communications, event planning, and other back office operations. But here's an example that drives home the real problem this artificial separation creates. For this example, it's important that you understand all the doctors who care for patients at the University of Maryland Medical Center are faculty in the School of Medicine. That's how close we are together. So let's say a doctor in the School of Medicine learns of a new piece of equipment that would greatly improve patient care in the hospital and goes to a development officer in his or her department and says, "Can you help me raise money to get this equipment?" The development officer would have to say, "Oh, no, I can't, because the equipment would be in the hospital and I can't raise money for the hospital." The development officer could say, "Well, let me call a fundraiser in the hospital and see if one of them might be willing to help." Fundraiser in the hospital might say, "Well, I'd like to, but I've got another project I'm working on right now." Believe me, this kind of thing actually happens. Again, please think about the fact that this artificial separation of fundraising operations is causing us to miss out on $30 to $40 million of philanthropy per year. And here's the bottom line. This $30 to $40 million would be dedicated to improving healthcare for our School of Medicine and the University of Maryland Medical Center, that healthcare they could provide for citizens of Baltimore and the state. So we hope you will agree. The exemption we are seeking is not for our benefit. It's for the benefit of the healthcare we can provide the citizens of Maryland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Kerwin. Next, we'll hear testimony from Dr. Bert O'Malley, Chief Executive Officer, the University of Maryland Medical Center.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chang, members of the House of Delegates for this opportunity to speak. It's hard to follow what I just heard from Dr. Kerwin and Dr. Reese as well, outlining the challenge and the details. Dr. Kerwin providing this incredible rationale. And actually, Vice Chair Chang, for the passion you showed and description, it's why we're here. And that's why we need to work together. We must work together. So I'm also a head and neck cancer and skull-based tumor surgeon. I actually used to be the chair of ENT 20 some years ago before I left and now came back as the president and CEO. It's a tremendous organization. The opportunity and synergy that I see and the change that's gone on since I had left over 18 years prior of the strong relationship and the synergy of working together, to not have the ability to fundraise together, to not be able to synergize in that, to invest in all the things that we know in healthcare for the outcomes we've mentioned, the passion and success we want, is not taking advantage of the opportunity in front of us. So I fully support this. I think it is the right thing to do. Matter of fact, I did not know that this couldn't be done in my coming in, because this is a standard across the nation for institutions of high academic effort and clinical productivity that are driving innovation in healthcare across any city or any state. So I fully support this and hope you feel the same. I think, did Mary Pouton have a comment to say as well?
Thank you very much, Dr. O'Malley. Next, we'll hear from Dean Mary Pouton with the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. And of course, now I'm following three great leaders in their passion, plea, and of course, your wonderful story, Mr. Vice Chair. And Mary Pouton, the Associate Dean for Development at the School of Medicine. I've been here for 16 years. So I will just say I've lived everything that Dr. Kerwin just spoke about. Our development officers have lived this environment. We want nothing more to be able to work together on both sides of the aisle. Our leaders are in support of us doing this together. And we would love to bring this synergy together so that we can be more effective in raising the kinds of funds that Dr. Kerwin spoke about, and to effectively create a better vision to our donors and really achieve the high level of philanthropy that the school and the hospital deserve. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dean. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for the witnesses? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 907. We'll now move on to House Bill 910, Sponsor only, Delegate Boatler, Baltimore County Public Schools Air Quality Testing.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm here this afternoon. For the record, I am Delegate Joe Boatler. I'm here on behalf of House Bill 910, Baltimore County Public Schools Air Quality Testing. This bill would require the Baltimore County Board to retain the services of a qualified indoor air quality investigator for testing and post the results of such tests publicly on their website. The board chooses when to test, which will keep the cost from being needlessly expensive. Last year, I had brought this bill before you. And at one point, and I think you heard a bill earlier today by another delegate dealing with mold issues at Parkville Middle School. And I think you actually heard from Maureen Hall about her experiences as a teacher and how the conditions in her classroom poorly affected her health. At that time, I had worked with Tony Bazemore from Baltimore County Public Schools to amend the bill, and you had passed it out with the amendments. This year's bill is that amended version, and passing it is more critical than before, given the fact that the students and the teachers have returned to the classroom. I believe air quality testing results need to be public because teachers and parents deserve to know the conditions of these schools. These results will give concerned parents and parties the tools to hold the school board accountable if they ignore poor condition. This simple requirement will pave the way for ensuring that our schools are a safe environment. And for these reasons, I urge you to support this bill. And I want to thank all of you for your time.
Thank you very much, Delegate Butler, for presenting the bill. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? House Bill 910.
Oh, I would like to let you know that the hearing was supposed to have been this past Friday, but it was postponed to this Friday before the delegation.
Thank you very much, Delegate Boatler. Are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for the bill sponsor on House Bill 910? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 910. Lastly, we have two administration bills. First is House Bill 416, State Government Quasi-Governmental Units, Oversight and Governance. We have Aaron Chase from the Governor's Office, who'd like to present the bill, and also former member of the Appropriations Committee and former State Senator Andrew Serafini. Ms. Chase.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chang and members of the House Appropriations Committee. For the record, my name is Aaron Chase with the Governor's Legislative Office, here to ask for your support for House Bill 416, State Government Quasi-Governmental Units, Oversight and Governance. Before I go into the details of the bill, I'd like to just take a quick moment to recognize and thank Delegate Corman, who served on the commission and helped develop and formulate the recommendations in this legislation. In December 2020, Governor Hogan established the State Transparency and Accountability Reform Commission, otherwise known as the STAR Commission, which was charged with looking at a number of state instrumentalities that operate as quasi-governmental agencies. We recognize that these agencies are designed to fulfill public purposes by operating with structures that provide the necessary managerial flexibility to ensure optimal performance. These agencies, while an arm of the state, often have a wide latitude of independence, but not a lot of government oversight. Under the leadership of former State Senator Andrew Serafini as chair, the commission worked diligently throughout 2021 to develop common sense recommendations to improve transparency and accountability mechanisms for these agencies. The commission released its final report December 1st, 2021, which had a number of recommendations, some of which are included in the bill before you today. House Bill 416 has 5 main parts, many of which will seem familiar to the committee because they were included in last year's MES reform legislation. First, each of the agencies listed would be required to submit an annual detailed budget to the Department of Budget and Management for inclusion in the state budget books. This would include both operating and capital expenses and require them to provide the specific source of their revenues. Second, each agency would be subject to a biennial legislative budget hearing, which will serve not only as an oversight mechanism, but also provide important information to the budget committees about the work that the units are doing. Third, the legislation requires an independent board assessment to be conducted every 5 years. This assessment would ensure that they are operating in an efficient manner. The independent assessment would evaluate factors such as the structure of the board, dynamics and functions of the board's role in the agency's short-term and long-term strategy, the financial reporting process, internal controls, and the board's role in monitoring the policies, strategies, and systems, as well as the role of the chair of the board. Fourth, each governing board would be responsible for conducting an annual performance review of the agency's head. And fifth and finally, the bill would require DLS to perform a comprehensive review of each agency at least once every 8 years. This review would include an analysis of each agency's statute and mission. Then the Legislative Committee of Jurisdiction would use the information in the DLS review to conduct a review similar to that of a sunset review. This review, unlike a traditional sunset review, would not eliminate the agency if the enabling statute were not extended. This review is meant to provide a great deal of oversight to the legislature. Given that these agencies are created by the legislature, the commission felt it was appropriate for delegates and senators to determine if the agency's statute needs to be amended or if the mission of the agency is already or could be achieved by other existing units. I want to emphasize that the DLS and legislative review that would occur once every 8 years for each agency, that it is not our intention to negatively impact an agency's ability to issue tax-exempt bonds to finance their capital projects. We do not want to threaten the status of their ability to issue and service bonds. Both the administration and commission recognize that these agencies provide important services to our state. But Governor Hogan strongly believes that we must do whatever it takes to restore honesty and integrity to state government and to ensure that the best interests of Maryland citizens are being represented fairly and honestly. This bill seeks to establish that goal and accomplish that goal. I know that there are a few amendments that will be needed for some technical fixes to this bill, and I look forward to working with the committee on those amendments. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 416. And Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to pass it over to former State Senator Andy Serafini.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chase.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chang, members of the committee. I hope you're not mad at Aaron, and that's why we ended here. And I'm sure it's not the governor, so it must be me. So I'll try not to sign up next time so you all don't have to wait this long. And the other side of it is, thank you, Kirill. I only feel good because Castley's after me, okay? So at least you guys, dislike him more than me, but just a little, so that's fine. I want to thank Aaron and the rest of the crew, and thank you all that are here. My name is Andrew Serafini. I was a delegate and I was a senator. I don't know if that means anything. It probably doesn't. I'm glad that Aaron said nice things about Delegate Corman because I didn't want to have to. But actually, I would tell you that Delegate Corman knows this stuff better than anybody I know. Aaron and him both, I would say, are experts. I know that Delegate Corman has put some legislation in on this. And obviously, we know why this commission was formed. We know why Delegate Corman has done the research that he has. And once again, not only did we have Delegate Corman, but we did have Delegate Shalega, we had Senator Feldman, and we had Senator Eckert, and we had 4 members of the public. General Singh, former head of the Maryland National Guard, was to testify today, but unfortunately she probably couldn't hang in this long. We did have John Williams, who is a business manager in our area, but he lives in downtown Baltimore, and he's on the board of UMS. And we had Karen Cirillo, who represents the CPA. So we had an all-star team. And I'm going to say, if you would read the report, it's quite long, you would know there's many suggestions. We tried to pick out the ones that would make and have the greatest impact. And I'll try to be brief because it's late, but I want to say this to you. Every society from the beginning of time has had some kind of rules or codes of conduct. Every world religion has their version of the 10 Commandments, whether it's Hinduism, Islam, any of them. They have rules of conduct. If you go to the Louvre ever, you'll see the Code of Hammurabi. It was written in 1750 BC, and it is the Babylonian rules and life conduct. It's very powerful. And why is this? Because we recognize our human condition and that we need to have rules, and we need to have ideas and codes that will hopefully best direct us so that we might act appropriately as we deal with each other. So the Starr Commission, to that end, has tried to build into these some rules that might help these quasi-government agencies. And we want to say, as Aaron already said, quasi-government agencies are very good. And we think the people that established these in the past did a very good job, and we commend them for that. You all will have to decide in the future if there's new ones or even if the current ones will need to continue. And all of these are diverse in size and function, but they all have some things that they need to do. And I'm going to describe these as guardrails. If you ever think about guardrails, they're put in the safe part of the road so that you don't go into the unsafe part of the road, so that you hit the guardrail before you get yourself in trouble. Those are, we're going to make them come before DBM with budgets. We're going to make them come before you, so you can ask the questions, so that we don't possibly have some of the issues we've had in the past. They're going to go to DLS, those reviews. But I'm going to tell you the people that are ultimately in charge, and if you want to lay the blame on some of this in the past, it's boards. The people on the boards have to ask the hard questions. They have to hold their leaders accountable. They have to not get too friendly with their chief of the organization.
Yeah. Summarize, please. Thanks.
Oh, that's fine. All right, Delegate Chang, I'll just say this to you. All this is great, and we can do everything we can, but in the end, the reality is there's no fail-safe. People may still choose to do things. Malcolm Gladwell's written a great book, Talking to Strangers. If people want to commit fraud, it's very difficult. So what we've tried to do is create the rails and create the lights to shine on them when they go wrong. I hope you'll give this a favorable. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Senator. Good seeing you. Take a question from Delegate Beitzel. Delegate Beitzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former Delegate Serafini and Delegate and Senator Serafini, it's really great seeing you. I haven't seen you for a while. Could you maybe give us a few examples of these quasi-governmental agencies that you would have in mind? And I did mention a couple, and what I understand what your mission is here, but give us a couple examples of those quasi agencies that you're dealing with or have dealt with and then preparing this report.
Sorry, probably the best known one would be Maryland Stadium Authority. If you look in Erin's testimony written, she's given you a whole list of the groups that we looked at. But Maryland Stadium Authority is a great one, right? We needed stadiums built. We needed them done quickly, and we need them to be flexible, and so the Maryland Stadium Authority was created. That's one example, okay? You have one Canal Place right up in your area, right? There you go. So it was those, MAIF, Maryland Automobile Insurance, Maryland Clean Energy Center, there's a bunch of ones, Medco. All of these were saying, hey, there's things that government should do, but they need to be more flexible, but we're not sure we want the private sector to do it. That's what a quasi-government is about. Federal level, Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae that provide mortgages to individuals. Those are government, quasi-government agencies that provide a service with government backing, but operate somewhat like a private entity.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. Good to see you, Wendell.
Senator Serafini. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Senator Serafini? We also have Rebecca Snyder, Ms. Rebecca Snyder with NDDC Press Association.
I have not seen Rebecca Snyder nor Linda Singh.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any other questions from members of the committee for House Bill 416? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 416. Committee will now move to the last bill, House Bill 415, the Speaker Administration Bill, operating budget funding scholarships for non-public school students. And we have from the governor's office, former Delegate Andrew Casilli presenting the bill.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chang, and esteemed committee members of the Appropriations Committee. Yes, for the record, my name is Andrew Cassidy, Senior Advisor from Governor Hogan's Legislative Office, and I very much appreciate you saving the best for last today. I bring to you for your consideration House Bill 415, Broadening Options and Opportunities Today, or the Boost Scholarship Program. Committee members, House Bill 415 will ensure funding in the budget for vital scholarships for low-income, non-public school students who are eligible for free and reduced meals. The Boost Scholarship has been a successful program since 2016. It's provided nearly 14,000 scholarships exclusively to low-income children statewide. Most of these students are from minority communities. The program has empowered the parents of these students with educational options beyond the public school setting. As we learn more about the need to differentiate educational instruction to the students' individual needs, the importance of these programs become more clear. This bill simply codifies the existing program and provides assurance for scholarships for these low-income children for years to come. And Mr. Chairman, I know that there are several advocates that have signed up to testify. I'm hoping you would lead off with Dr. Angela Watson, a senior research fellow from Johns Hopkins Institution for Educational Policy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castley, for presenting the bill. To all the witnesses, we have several witnesses. Please keep your testimony within 2 minutes. Dr. Angela Watson.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Dr. Angela Watson, and I'm an assistant research professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Education. The views expressed here today are my own and are not necessarily the opinions of Johns Hopkins, and I speak today in support of Bill 415. The American ideal is for a uniform public education system. Unfortunately, this dream is not the reality. We know that school quality varies greatly, and students and families have different needs, and a one-size-fits-all traditional public education system just does not work for many. Affluent parents have always had choices. It's parents without financial resources who have more limited options. Scholarship programs such as Boost offer these parents a choice. Choice has become the norm and demand is growing. Last year, 7 states enacted new choice programs and 15 states expanded 23 existing programs. So far this year, 21 states are considering 35 educational choice expansion bills, with 8 of those in Virginia alone. To date, 33 states offer educational choice, and 29 of those states have scholarship programs like Boost. However, Maryland has the only scholarship program that is budget-based. Guaranteeing funding will ensure that families in need are guaranteed access. The research on the scholarship programs is clear. While they benefit participating students, they also benefit public schools, teachers, and students. Because the average scholarship is only $2,000, public schools retain most of the per pupil funding. 6 studies of these programs show a positive effect on public school teachers' salaries, and 25 studies find that public school students who remain in the sending schools have increased test scores. Permanent funding for the Boost Scholarship Program honors Maryland's commitment to equitable educational access and reflects the norm across the country. In my remaining seconds, I want to encourage you to review the resources included in my written
Dr. Watson.
that show the breadth of the evidence on positive effects of the programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watson. Next, we'll hear from Hassan Giordana. Hassan Giordana.
I have not seen Hassan Giordano or Ariel Sedwin.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to Erin and Hattie Voteman.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Erin, and this is my daughter, adopted Nettie. We live in Western Maryland. When Nettie came to us from Haiti at age 7, she had 0 educational background, but was fluent English speaking. As one of 6 children in our family, we needed the Boost program to help best reach Nettie's specific needs. My husband is and has been a public school teacher for 24 years. We know well the opportunities of public school, but we are grateful for the option to choose the best fit for our child, for this child, and for each of our children as individuals, some of which do attend public school. Nettie thrives with the smaller student-teacher ratios and grade level adaptations offered to her at her non-public school. When tested, she did not qualify for public school IEP services or alternatives to help adapt her and survive as a new learner. For her situation, non-public school was the best path, and Boost provided us and her with that invaluable opportunity for academic success. With our family as an example of benefiting from Boost, public and non-public schools do not stand in opposition to one another. Rather, we see them working together to reach our children's needs, and reaching children where they are is education at its core. Funding non-public options is not taking from one plate to feed another. It is diversifying education and bringing equality as a whole to better educate the youngest citizens of Maryland, our kids. Thanks to Boost, our daughter can get the custom education she needs to build her future. Please continue to offer these opportunities for options for our children through the Boost program. Nettie would like to say something.
I'm Nettie. I love my school and my teacher is really fun. Each day I learn and try to get A's and B's on my report card. Please support school choice so I can stay at my school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nettie. Thank you for being here and keep on doing well in school. I'm proud of you. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Tiffany Jones with Bishop McNamara High School.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Jones, and I have two daughters. My oldest daughter graduated last year from Bishop McNamara High School using the Boost Scholarship Program. And my youngest daughter is currently a 10th grader at Bishop McNamara High School, also using a Boost Scholarship Program. I taught public school in Prince George's County Public Schools in Maryland for 11 years. But unfortunately, I had to stop teaching for medical reasons. I am a single mom, and not being able to work took a financial toll on my family. Private school students make up 1 in 9 Maryland students and are an important complement to our public school system. Maryland has a history of great public schools and great non-public school options such as Boost, and should be given to all students in need to be able to choose the best for them. Thankfully, Boost gave my daughters the opportunity to be able to continue their amazing education at Bishop McNamara High School. They are both excelling. I'm hoping that Boost will continue to be able to be available for my youngest daughter and other students that are in need. Boost is important to families like mine. We count on it. Boost has given us the opportunity to have a choice in education. Private school has been best suited for my daughters, both academically and socially. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Next, we'll hear testimony from Ryan Jones of Morgan State.
My name is Ryan Jones. I am a proud class of 2021 graduate of Bishop McNamara High School. Using the Boost Scholarship Program, I now attend Morgan State University. Because of my Boost scholarships, I was given the amazing opportunity to attend and graduate from my private high school. My private high school opened doors of endless opportunities for me. Without Boost, my mom wouldn't have been able to afford to send me and my little sister to private school. I grew up in a single family household, and I have one younger sister. Our father was killed due to a senseless act of gun violence. I could have been another statistic and another kid that went down the wrong path, but I didn't. My freshman year of high school, Bishop McNamara, I was off to an extremely rough start. I was desperately trying to find myself, still dealing with the emotional part of not having a father in my household due to gun violence, and watching my mom struggle trying to provide for my sister and I. Thankfully, my high school never gave up on me. I strongly believe that the guidance, loving environment, and education of minds and hearts, rigorous academics, and strict rules that I now know helped is what made me the successful young adult that I am today. Each year I grew in a positive way. By the end of my senior year, I was a totally different person. I found myself, knew what I wanted in life, was excelling academically and in my community, involved in community service, was my high school student body president, involved in multiple clubs, was successful in all aspects, received academic scholarships to multiple colleges, was the one student chosen for an award at graduation for my success in my school community, and felt prepared to conquer the world. I'm currently a freshman at Morgan State University as a nursing major. I plan on going to medical school to become an anesthesiologist. My success that I have now wouldn't be possible without my alma mater, Bishop McNamara High School, and the funding that I received from my Boost Scholarship to be able to attend McNamara. I hope that other low-income students are given the opportunity to attend private school, just like I did with the financial support from Boost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ryan Jones. Very much appreciate you being here. We're going to go back to Ariel Sadwin. Ariel Sadwin.
It looks like Ariel's audio is not connecting.
Okay, we're going to come back to him again. We'll go to Miss Carrie Hall. Miss Carrie Hall. Okay, how about Miss Magdalene?
Hello, I'm here. Hello.
Miss Carrie Hall?
Yes, this is Carrie Hall.
Okay, 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hi. Again, my name is Carrie Hall. I have 2 children that currently receive the Boost grants. My son attends Archbishop Curley High School, and my daughter attends Immaculate Heart of Mary. They have been in the program for about 6 years now. Prior to my children receiving Boost through the state of Maryland, they were in the Baltimore City Public School system. During that time, they were struggling tremendously. I felt that my children were being left behind and not getting the best education that they could. They should have been more, let me start over, and not getting the proper education and attention as they should have. I've always been an active parent in regards to being a part of the PTO and being very attentive in their lives, whether it was education, sports, or just being there for them. I never imagined being able to afford private school education. I thought it was impossible. Sending my children to an alternative private school was expensive and still is. I was very fortunate to find out about the Boost program. Boost aid allows low-income families like myself to make it affordable. In addition, Boost program has given many low-income families like myself an opportunity to afford giving my children a chance to become great, not left behind or just another statistic in our public school systems. These last 3 school years have been an amazing journey for them, as my children have displayed so much growth, confidence, independence, and integrity. Please consider that there are many families in the same situation. We rely on receiving Boost every year, helping it make have private education affordable. Therefore, our children may continue to receive the support from their families and also our constituents. I hope legislators will continue to support this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you very much, Ms. Hall, for being here. Very much appreciated. How about Magali Morales? Magali Morales? Okay, how about Ariel Sadwin? Ariel Sadwin? Okay, we'll go with Guillermo Brown. Guillermo Brown. Dina Zalata. Dina Zalata.
I don't see Dina Zalata in the room.
Okay. Marjorie Tates.
Good afternoon. My name is Marjorie Tates, and my daughter is Danera. I enrolled her into Baltimore Public Schools from kindergarten till half of her sixth grade year. By the time she was in third grade, at first she loved school. She was excited about it, but by the time she was in third grade, I started to see her attitude change. She began to not want to go, and she even asked me, could I start homeschooling her? I seen that her light started to dim. It began to be a struggle for her. So I would go to the school. I was an active parent. By the time she was in fifth grade, I had also enrolled her into the Children's Guild, which was counseling in the school, because she was being bullied and she became very sensitive and withdrawn. I would ask her how her day went, and it would be nothing but negativity and about fights and basically that like the class was just uncontrollable. They would say that she was sleeping a lot, and I realized that while watching her, because I did take a little bit of time off to do the virtual with her, while watching her, I seen about 20 minutes of the day, of the class, I'm sorry, where the teachers basically had to reprimand children over virtual, over laptop. She would be totally out of it. She was just not even a part of it after having to take so much time. I spoke with my friend about it, and she was letting me know that Cardinal Shan had virtual, and she also gave me the option or let me know about the Boost Scholarship. I did graduate from Cardinal Shan School in 1994, so I know that it's a great school. My parents could afford it. I didn't see how I could, but I did apply for the scholarship, and within half of the 6th grade year, they called me and said that they had a spot for Danera. The person allowed me to get back in contact with Boost to re-get the scholarship. And I can say that it's been a tremendous difference. I've seen a 180 in her. Her grades were not so bad, but they were just passing. My child came home the first couple of
States.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We very much appreciate you being here and providing testimony. We're going to go back to Trina Javaharush. Trina Javaharush.
I don't see Trina in the room.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any, well, we have two more individuals who are providing unfavorable testimony. Is there anyone else here who's providing favorable testimony? Just one last check. Okay, we will go now to Ms. Samantha Zwirling with the Maryland State Education Association.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Samantha Zwirling, Government Relations for MSCA, representing 75,000 educators across the state. We want to thank this committee and especially Chair McIntosh for all of the work in supporting public education and educators over the years. I'm here with one strong and unequivocal request: stop the diversion of public funds to private schools through the Boost Voucher Program. MSCA respectfully urges an unfavorable report on this bill and continues our request for the complete elimination of the program. Under the bill, Boost would see a 113% increase in funding over 6 fiscal years, while the governor's original FY23 budget proposal did not fully fund the mandated appropriations for the blueprint, disproportionately hurting Black and Brown students. While the funding was restored in a supplemental budget that we urge you to support, these bills and fights over funding we all thought was mandated serves as a distraction from the dire issues facing our public schools, and we need an all hands on deck approach to help recover from the pandemic. There are a myriad of things our public schools need right now. Every school system in the state is facing staggering staffing shortages. 1,800 vacancies at the start of the school year, with 500 of those in special education. The $52 million in this bill across 4 fiscal years could go a long way in hiring the desperately needed substitute teachers, bus drivers, mental health providers. It could go towards community schools to help students in concentrated poverty. It could be used to ensure there's a school nurse in every public school building, an area where the governor once again has proposed to allocate funding to private schools in this year's budget. This bill does not even include the current minimum non-discrimination standards to participate in the program that's existed in the budget language. We are working on a bill to codify those non-discrimination provisions, which will especially help LGBT students and students with disabilities. Students and families are counting on us right now and to help them recover from the pandemic. MSCA strongly urges an unfavorable report on HB 415. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Worley. Next, we heard testimony from Mr. John Willems, Maryland Association of Boards of Education.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. Want to echo and reinforce all of the comments offered by Ms. Whirling from MSCA. MABE stands with MSCA and a coalition of other education advocacy organizations, statewide organizations, in opposition to the establishment of the Boost program, in opposition to the continued sustenance of that program in each successive state budget. Fortunately, that budget language has been amended to include stringent anti-discrimination language, but it is a year-to-year process that allows this program to continue to draw vital funding away from public schools and to raise serious concerns about the non-discriminatory operation of the schools benefiting from the program. We are very resistant to the notion of codifying the program itself in statute. And as Ms. Werling pointed out, would be even more concerned with doing so without at the same time including discrimination language. We are not asking that this bill be amended to do so, however. To be clear, we are in full support of not continuing and sustaining this program. So not only not enacting House Bill 415, but eliminating the program for a number of reasons that I would say under this current Supreme Court raise serious issues and concerns about our ability to operate any publicly funded program benefiting private schools in a way that we could ensure is done in a non-discriminatory manner. So for those reasons, we urge an unfavorable on House Bill 415. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woolham. So are there any questions from members of the Appropriations Committee for any of the witnesses? Delegate Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was wondering if I could ask a question of the bill sponsor very quickly. I don't know if he's still online.
To the administration, Mr. Castley. Sure.
Here, Delegate.
Yeah. Hey, good evening. I guess we're at that point in the day. So over the pandemic, I believe the public schools lost a little bit over 27,000 students. And our administration, working with you, have not necessarily held those public schools liable for that, as in we've continued to fund them at the full amount. So out of those 27,000 families who've decided to go somewhere else, is Boost one of the options that they could use if they were dissatisfied possibly with the virtual learning that a lot of our public schools were using, and maybe found a different way to educate their children in a non-public school through this process?
Thanks for the question, Delegate. And yes, Boost is one of the many options that parents have to look outside the public school umbrella. And I hope that you saw from the testimony of the people that are participating in the program, it's been a lifeline for them to, in some cases, their children don't qualify for special ed services, but they need individual attention, and Boost is just one way that we can offer that to them. As you brought up, and the teachers union professes, their dismal success in educating the children is resulting in not only the children leaving, but their staff leaving. And their solution to it is to take the money from this program so that they can look to hire substitutes, which is a sad commentary, but that's unfortunately where the public school system is at this point. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Delegate Mangiani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all that came in to speak on in support of the bill. And for those who were against the bill, I appreciate you coming in as well. I guess my question is, some amazing stories of success here, and you guys represent agencies in education. Clearly, you're not at all suggesting that these incredible stories are somehow hurting the public school system, which is a very minuscule amount of money compared to the overall amount that is put into the public school via the taxpayer. And we can make the argument that it's the state's money, but it's the taxpayers' money. And I think that the proven success here, there's clearly no correlation between their success and somehow hurting the public school. You're not implying that at all, correct? Because that's almost how it sounded, as if some of this money being directed is somehow connected to some of the issues. And we know there's great things that go on in some of the public schools, but some of the failures that happen, it almost sounded like you were trying to connect it to, and I don't see that, but maybe I'm wrong.
Mr. Vice Chairman, if I may,
please.
I would just, on behalf of MABE and all 24 local boards, we do like to stress that we support the entire fabric of education, public-private, parochial, that is available to students in the state. And yes, COVID, the pandemic, the school closures did see a dramatic rise to some extent in private school enrollment, but much more so in homeschooling. And we recognize that parental choice among those various options is very important. It is the public funding of the private choice option to which we object.
And I guess one quick follow-up, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I know it's late, is, and I don't know who it gets reported to, and maybe for Mr. Cashley, he would maybe know this better, but the examples and how many, if there is that many of the discrimination that's occurring, would be an interesting number to have. I guess I can talk offline on that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Mangione. If we could take a pause, we do have another witness that has entered the waiting room. So we'll go ahead and recognize her. And that witness will have 2 minutes as a reminder. Trina Javaharus. Trina. T Java.
She's in the room, but she is muted.
Okay, we'll take another question from a member of the committee. Delegate Resnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question. Sorry, trying to get my bearings here. Question for Ms. Worling. I believe this was mentioned, but if you can reiterate for me, if I recall, in the when we have passed the boost program funding in the budget before, we have put some restrictions on it to make sure that the money is not going to schools that openly discriminate. And in the interim, I believe there was a court case. Some of these families sued because they very much wanted to use our state public dollars to go to schools that openly discriminate against some students. I believe that the state lost that case, if I'm not mistaken, and that we cannot prevent these tax dollars from going to schools that openly discriminate against some people. Is that correct?
That's correct, that the state did lose that case. We, as I mentioned, are working on another bill to strengthen some of those non-discrimination pieces, but this is a very shaky part of the law right now, given the makeup of the Supreme Court and some of the decisions that have been made. One of the big parts of that bill that we've been working on is around a handbook provision. Even if these schools sign assurances saying that they are not going to discriminate, it's imperative that the families know that and that the students know that, so they can make themselves available to even potential remedies that are constitutional at this moment, but that we, that the courts are really making decisions on. And some other groups have some studies, or especially around LGBT students, when you have these public non-discrimination clauses that are made very public, that reduces bullying in these schools. So we are trying our best to get a handle on this, but as you really mentioned, the courts are making different decisions here. So as we continue to keep funding this program and trying our best to get our hands around the non-discrimination pieces, it's a moving target.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could address that question as well. Delegate, I do appreciate the question, but just to clarify, the current boost program does currently have stringent non-discrimination clauses that are in effect. So essentially all this legislation does, it doesn't tell MSD how to run the program. They can run the program as they're currently doing. All this does is codify and ensure the spending or the funding for that program.
So I appreciate that, but clearly the courts are going in a different direction, regardless of what the language is. And Mr. Castley, with all due respect, I appreciate you answering, but my question was to Ms. Worling, and as a former legislator, I think you would know about, not interrupting when I direct a question to one individual. Ms. Worling, a second question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Delegate Resnick, please.
Thank you. So a second question unrelated to that. There was a mention made earlier about some, I forgot the number, but some number of thousands of students that left the school systems during the pandemic. We're seeing a lot of those students return. Is that not correct? So just want to make sure that we're all understanding where we actually are at. A number of those students have now returned to the public school system and are more returning every day. Is that not correct?
That is correct. And a big portion of the students, when we're seeing declines in enrollment, and I'm sure Mr. Willems would be able to add on to this, but is really families keeping their kids out of kindergarten or pre-kindergarten programs. They're holding them back for an extra year because they don't want to go through the virtual setting. So that's not really a true count on the students that are coming in. But if you'll recall that we do funding based on the previous year's enrollment count. So we're kind of using a previous year to then set funding in the future. So we assume, and we are seeing these students coming back into our schools, and we're still going to have to provide for them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate Resnick, for the questions. Delegate Henson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the chair will permit, I have two questions, and my first is for Nettie. Nettie, I'd like to know if you have a favorite subject in school that you wouldn't mind sharing with us.
Math.
Wonderful. I encourage you to keep soaring in math and to keep doing great things. Thank you for your response. If the chair will permit, I'd like to ask a question of Ms. Swirling.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Swirling, I heard in the testimony that the average grant that's received is $2,000, and I tried to compare that to the cost of tuition. Do you have any information on who's able to take advantage of the grant? And what I'm trying to get at is understanding the gap that's left between the average tuition at a non-public school and then that $2,000 that you can get from Boost.
Yeah, I think in previous hearings, we've heard that there is a significant gap there, and that, you know, these scholarships don't cover the full cost of the program. I don't have specific data on that, though, and could get back to you with some of that information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Henson. We're going to go back again one last time to the witness, Trina Javahaverush.
Hi, I'm sorry about the computer crashes that I've been having. Good morning, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Appropriations Committee. I want to thank you for your patience, first of all, and thank you for the opportunity to address you this late day, especially on a topic that is so important to my family and my community. My name is Trina Javahaverush, very long, unusual name. If you can tell, my husband is Persian. My husband Pasha and I and my 5 children are part of the large Persian American Jewish community here in Baltimore City. My husband Pasha emigrated from Iran to the US at the age of 16. The Iranian government did not allow parents to choose where their children could go for school. They were actually forced to send them to a Muslim public school and were not able to establish or attend their schools that they aligned with in their own culture or faith. When he arrived here at age 16 in the US, he was on his own, but together with mentors from the Persian Jewish community, he was able to choose a high school within his faith and culture to finish his K-12 education. Pasha and many of our friends who are similarly emigrated to the US from Iran are now able to experience all the freedoms the rest of us take for granted, among which is the freedom to enroll your child in the school that you choose to be most suitable. Our 5 children attend Jewish day schools in Baltimore. Our daughters attend B'nai Yisrael, and our sons attend the Talmudical Academy. Prior to the arrival of the Boost program 6 years ago, countless parents across our community in the state did not have the opportunity to exercise that freedom and choosing the school most suited for our children. They simply could not afford the cost. The Boost program helped achieve that dream by making the tuition more affordable for families who struggle financially. Our children have been Boost children since the program began and every year since, and it's helped us greatly. We are so deeply grateful to you and your colleagues for the opportunities you've provided for us with this opportunity. House Bill 415 will take this program from the needed.
Ms. Javahaverush?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That's the time limit. So we thank you for being able to get on.
I understand.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the witnesses? Seeing none, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 415. And that will also conclude today's bill hearing. Thank you so much to all the bill sponsors and the witnesses and all the committee members for the extensive conversation today. And we'll see everyone in the subcommittee works tomorrow. And on behalf of Chairwoman Maggie McIntosh and the entire Appropriations Committee, have a great evening. Thank you very much.